you streaming? I am going to change the lists on here. Andrew, what are you running here?
I am running.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna mute our mic here for a second.
I don't wanna have to repeat that, BB. Oh, alright. Alright. Can you hear us now, Asian boy? Oh, there's a delay, isn't there? Yeah. Audio's back. Alright. Well, welcome. Hello, Wolfman. Well, we're we're doing this again. Um, so we have, first round of GarageCon 2021. We have Andrew facing off with Chris. Andrew's on the right. The scenario play we're playing is stand-up fight, which is your classic last man standing, destroy everything your opponent has, and that's how you get all of your objective points. I have. Oh man, now I'm getting feedback. Just 1 second. We have BB here joining us.
Yeah,
Hello,
here for
BB.
some drop-in commentary. Here for some drop-in commentary.
Excellent. Yeah, so I think looking at what both sides have brought to the fight here, because it is a stand-up fight, expect to see a lot of heavy swingers. So Chris has a Timberwolf Prime. One moment. So he's bringing kind of a balanced range bracket. It does 5 short, 5 medium, 4 long. It's got, of course, solid armor and decent movement. Brings 10 inches, so it's got that 2 TMM, which is nice for a heavy mech, and also brings some indirect fire. Have to keep an eye out, see if that's part of his tactic. Next up, we have a Shadowcat Tango, which gets a 3 TMM because it moves 18 inches, 12 jump. This is a little bit more of a brawly medium. It's got 4. Up. So, oh,
There's an Adder Prime.
uh,
Adder Prime.
Adder Prime, another rounded mech as far as range brackets go. He's throwing 3 damage at every range, 1 overheat. He also has overheat long, so you can kind of expect him to kind of hang back with that mech and do some serious damage at decent range. Oh, the customary handshake.
But he definitely will want to stay at range with only 4 armor and 2 structure.
Right?
He could go down pretty quick, which would even at a skill 4, that's 30 points. It's a big part of his force right there.
Yep. Yeah, when you're only bringing 5 units, every pip counts. And the last one that he has is the Nova A, which another balanced over the range bands 333, 1 overheat. That one is carrying AMS, so curious to see how that'll play out if Andrew brought anything with some missile specials. So what Andrew is bringing is Manowar G, and that thing is just a tank. 80
Yes.
assault. Uh, 5 damage short, 5 damage medium, nothing long range, no overheat. Grendel E is an Echo.
A
Oh man, I
classic
think I
model.
pulled the wrong one. Yeah.
The Grendel E is
You-
a very fast, dangerous mech that wants to live at short and medium range. It's it's running with a 14 jump, TMM of 3. It has 5 armor, 2 structure. It's a medium Omni mech with case. It is very high point value. Even at skill 4, it is 46 points.
That's
So you are not going to buy one of these cheap, but it can move, and if it gets in close, it will hit you very hard.
yeah, and uh, one of the kind of cost things of Alpha Strike is once you hit that 3 TMM, you're definitely paying a little extra.
It's very true. It's a balance of whether you can hit them or they can hit you.
And then next, Andrew has the Mad Cat S, which is the brawler version of the Mad Cat. It jumps 10 inches, 6 short, 6 medium, 2 long, and that thing is carrying SRM. So that
Yes,
AMS that Chris is running might actually come into play here. But
with that
also another
anti-missile
very
system.
expensive one.
Yes, but that anti-missile
54
system, those
PV. That's
SRMs and the anti-missile system, they will have a very interesting back and forth with that. We'll
yeah,
see how that plays out today.
yep. And Loki Foxtrot, 10-inch movement, no jump, 5 short, 5 medium, 2 long. Specials he's running is case and flak 1 at all range brackets. Also Omni, not going to come into play here because the last thing he's got is the Kukulin. Kukulin. It's Irish. I don't speak Irish, so I apologize. Kukulin. That's probably the way to say it. Battle armor, which is uh, 330. It only moves 4 inches on foot. Um, oh, it is. I did not realize the Kukulin was mech capable, so that all those Omni specials will come into play because
This is a
he can be
very
transported that way.
this is a very impressive battle armor. Um, with 3 damage at medium and short, and with stealth armor, and able to mechanize, he can get this anywhere on the battlefield, drop it off, and he can put out a lot of damage real quick.
Yeah, and that stealth stacks with the battle armor to hit modifier, so it can get real hard to hit them real easy. All right, well, anyway, so they're already throwing damage at each other. And just so everybody knows, we do have uh, kind of all different experience brackets here. Chris is a pretty new player, so we welcome all people to experience the BattleTech joy. So a little bit of a learning experience for everybody. Oh, and Marcel over on YouTube, yeah, definitely check out the Kukulin. It's some tough battle armor.
It's the kind of battle armor you get when Lyrans and Clan Wolf get together and decide to make a battle armor suit.
Yeah, yeah, and yes, there is actually paint on Andrew's units. It's amazing. It was a bit of a breakneck pace. Everybody was throwing paint all over the place trying to get their stuff covered before today.
Yes, Andrew has quite a few armies waiting in blisters, so it's good to see them assembled and painted up.
So many blister armies. He is losing the battle against the gray.
So it looks like Andrew's trying to make some use of partial cover right off the bat, hunkering down behind some hills.
Yeah, and that's always a uh, uh, kind of a catch-22, a double-edged sword in Alpha Strike, where getting that partial cover is good, but you don't want to get stuck there, especially going up against a unit like Chris's with the number of uh, mechs he has with long range damage and long range overheat. He could just, hey, if you stay put, I have a feeling he'll just hang back and help you all day.
And if he can throw out enough damage, it will eventually something will hit.
Right? Just uh, law of large numbers. And for those of you who are not maybe familiar with all the rules that we used for 350, you've probably noticed the giant handfuls of d6 that the guys here are rolling. We use the variable damage roll per point of damage optional rule found in the back of Alpha Strike Commander's Edition book, just to kind of cut down on the variance a little bit, where it's not all or nothing every roll. Kind of brings back a little bit of encourages good play, so that if you're able to get your opponent's modifiers a little higher and yours a little lower, you should, you know, uh, not have it all be lost or won on one die roll. That's kind of our feeling. All right, and we are on round 2 here. These guys are burning through the phases.
Alpha Strike is a much faster game than classic BattleTech. And a
Oh,
lot of
for
you
sure.
fans at home will notice that this is not going to take 6 hours as you would normally expect.
And yeah, there is a time limit for each round. So it encourages aggressive play, which is one thing that in Classic, a lot of people will definitely spend hours trying to optimize every move. With a time limit on the game, it definitely pushes you to make a decision, not necessarily the best or the worst, but like Patton said, a bad plan is better than no plan. So Alpha Strike kind of pushes you that direction.
That's exactly right.
All right, now we see Chris maybe realizing the benefits of partial cover. Looks like he's getting his Hellbringer Loki, whether you speak Clannies or Inner Sphere.
And as you can see, Chris is using some mechs from the new box set, and they look great even on this scale.
and even still in gray. We'll just assume that all of his mechs just rolled off the assembly line.
That gray you'll notice is brand new Smoke Jaguar camo paint. That's their color scheme.
Nice. All right, and Andrew is getting off into the water with his Mad Cat. That's an interesting move.
Well, I think he's looking for that partial cover, and was his Mad Cat able to overheat? That might be something he's looking for.
Yeah, he's got a overheat of 1, so being in 1-inch depth water gives you a free point of cooling. But Chris seems to be countering that pretty well by increasing the range between the Mad Cat and his units. So the Mad Cat won't be able to throw a whole lot of damage at long range.
And as with any room where Coach is, we can always hear his voice.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they handle the units at the top, towards the top of the screen. You can tell both of them have put off moving those till last. Just waiting to see who's gonna blink first.
Within this circle of equals, they are definitely dancing around the edges.
Which I kind of find surprising because so many of Andrew's units are up close brawly kind.
What we could be seeing here is that Andrew is trying to bait him into tucking into that behind that hill where he can then bring his faster brawler types in close. He might be setting a trap. We'll see how this plays out here, Charles.
Oh, right. Schism not able to hear the on-field talk. There's It's a little hard to make out because they are playing. Uh, Trying to think here. I think they have 5 matches going, so there is a lot of background chatter going on. So it's hard to hear exactly what Chris and Andrew themselves are saying.
It's easy
So
to
it's
hear
up.
what coach is saying, but hard to hear what Chris and Andrew are saying. But that's what happens in Garage Con. Nobody can hear anything. It's great.
That is why uh, BB and I are here to fill in the gaps. We are the mortar.
That's right. We are the mech mortars that find the gaps and fill them in.
Oh man, yeah, and it looks like Andrew is playing it safe right here, withdrawing those units that he had out on the right flank, compiling his forces.
Now, Charles, what's that terrain we see in the middle that looks like a piece of cheese that was thrown on the field? What terrain is that we're looking at?
That is rough terrain. I'm
Ah,
not sure why it looks like a nice piece of cheddar, but it I guess if you had a mech walking in cheese, it would probably be pretty difficult.
that's what happens
Oh,
whenever you fight on lunar environments. Is you end up with a lot of cheese around. Tough.
oh man, so many cheese jokes jump to mind. Oh, that was
That's
thanks Schism. I don't know how esteemed I am, but I'm happy to be able to join in the fun here today. So yeah, everyone is of course we are streaming on YouTube. Go ahead and throw comments there if you have any questions. Also, if you are in the WNRP Discord, I am monitoring the town hall chat. So if that's your preferred way of communication, we are trying to cover all fronts. Make sure nobody's comments get left behind. All right. So you see I'm doing some measurements, making sure that everybody's in the range band they were hoping for.
ooh, hitting on sevens. That's good.
That's
That's a dangerous place to be. Oh,
that's a whole.
now, Charles, this is a good chance for us to talk about the natural 12, which there's not an unnatural 12, crit in Alpha Strike. Explain that rule for our viewers.
Yeah. So if you roll a 12 on any of your two hits, of course you hit. Um, well, because you can't shoot if you can't hit. So if you roll a 12, you hit, and you also automatically get to roll a critical. Um, One caveat to that is because we do the per point, 2d6 per point of damage. You can only get one critical on a 12 per attack. So if you roll for 5 damage and you roll 5 12s, you only get one uh, because it represents the through armor critical from classic. Um, so you only get one armor critical that way. But if you break through armor and do internal structure damage, then you get to roll another critical. So I hope that that answered answered that question.
I think that's a great explanation. I really like the way that this rule really brings some of that tabletop depth back into the classic depth back into Alpha Strike.
Yeah, yeah, and again, it's that, because well, especially if, any of you out there watching play on, Megamech, seems like there's a whole lot of through armor criticals, and it it's a piece of if you only roll once for all the damage and you need a 12 that roll, it doesn't quite compute to the same odds. It feels kinda odd, so it's kind of a way of having that classic feel. Andrew is throwing all sorts of damage around. Oh, it looks like he did enough to take out the Nova.
Oof. It's a black day for that Blackhawk. Oof.
That no, Andrew still has the Mad Cat to shoot. We'll have to see what kind of range he's got there. If he gets to bring, 6 damage to bear or 3 or 2, I apologize. It is indeed long range.
Okay, trying to hit on nines. What do we got?
Oh,
Ah,
alright, now Chris gets to fire back with that, Black Hawk. One one of those cases of send everything you got because, the mech ain't gonna be there in a moment anyway.
if you're gonna go Nova well.
But don't go supernova, then because that gets confusing.
If
Cam,
you went
every
supernova, you brought the wrong model.
right. Cam, just so you know, everything that these 2 guys brought is at the standard skill. That's an excellent question. Um, looking at most of the lists for today, we are, uh, most of the guys are running skill 4 just because skills get pretty expensive pretty quick when you're trying to cram units into your 350. Uh, that can make a big difference. Alright. Looks like Chris got a little sweet revenge there.
Every bit of damage counts in these games.
And that is definitely one change from Alpha Strike to or Alpha Strike Classic as well, where there have been a countless number of times where you can hit with a medium laser and hit the leg of the opponent that hasn't been touched all match, and every other component is open, and it feels like wasted damage. An Alpha Strike, if you could take one tip away, it could make all the difference in maybe not this round, but in a round or 2, it could really play a big part. Alright, so Andrew and Chris are just going over modifiers. As I said, Chris is, pretty new to the Alpha Strike system, so they're just figuring out the to hits there, and it was a 9, which looks like, Chris whiffed on that whole shot from his Mad Cat. And so now Andrew is kinda walking Chris through doing some fire selection. They're going over because Chris has targets that are pretty close, but they have partial cover and tree cover, whereas he can fire across the map at the Mad Cat and have a clearer shot and actually have lower modifiers, even though it's been a while. And it looks like those all missed. He needed 11s. That was a
Mm.
tough shot, but that's another benefit of, playing Alpha Strike or the Classic. Um, you don't track ammo, you only track overheat, so you don't have to go through all the math. If you can throw damage at that range, you can go ahead and do it and swing for the fence and hope.
Oof. That's a tough turn for Chris.
Yeah. So the Puma and no, the Puma's still back there, right? Just
Oh, yeah,
lost
it's all up to
Blackhawk.
the dice. Looks like a pretty low initiative roll there, but a worse one for Chris. Oof.
For those of you who don't know, GarageCon 1, which which was held was it a couple months ago already. It was actually a new player who won the whole thing, but it looks like Chris's dice are rebelling, kind of trying to prevent a repeat of that.
The other thing is that losing the Nova just brings him back to one mech wise with Andrew. So there's still a lot of game to be played.
Oh, excuse me. I apologize for my audio out. Trying to keep myself consistent here. Alright. Oh, nice. Good, thank you. On, Discord, got a updated list here of units. Yes, that Blackhawk A is down. Let's see. All right, and it looks like the the Kukulin is mounted up, ready to roll. Probably looking to get behind the enemy here on this round. All right, so Chris is going for the Congo line of uh, his units over there. Definitely making use of that partial cover. I have a feeling this is going to turn into two lines of mechs standing behind hills, just blasting away at each other. But he's making good use of Andrew's Mad Cat being off to the side there. He might be able to zero in on some of those other units that are still up on the hill. Yeah, for everybody who maybe missed the or maybe the audio was out, who knows? This is stand-up fight, so the only objective is to destroy your enemy. Last man standing, all that good stuff. Kind of your classic. What way you get together and just throw at each other. So, and it does say at the top of the thing. So, but to reiterate, I think Andrew's placement of the trees on top of the hill there is going to be playing a critical role. Now, Chris and Andrew are just clarifying what are um, irregularities. Now that Chris has the same number of units as Andrew, switching from that, like, because in Alpha Strike, if you have twice as many units to move as your opponents, then you move 2 units to every one of theirs, which Chris had to deal with at the beginning of the game, but now that they have even numbers, now it's just a straight back and forth. Coach just giving the announcement that there's 49 minutes left in the round. So as you can see, game is already getting very interesting very quickly. Only been 30 minutes in. I'd be surprised if this goes distance just on the damage start. Andrew's dice have blessed him with. Chris moving his Shadow Cat up into the little pond up there. Um, it does that Shadow Cat does not have an overheat ability, so he's just picking up some partial cover while looking like he's just standing out in the open. He's got some partial cover, so which is probably a good thing with that Shadow Cat. More damage at short, medium range. And Andrew running off to the left flank, dragging his Coolin, Cucklin, Kellen. There we go. Battle armor along with him, and he dropped a movement dice in front of them to signify that he has dismounted. They're no longer mounted on top of his zombie mech there. One of the interesting things with the battle armor there, you dropping them directly up against that hill makes them pretty much invisible. So they're 4 inches of movement. See if next turn that turns into him just cresting the hill and blasting away with that heavy battle armor. Looks like Chris is sensing the danger of having that. I believe that's his Grendel there, moving off to the left flank because at next turn it's going to be real hard for him to try to stop it to his back. And if he's hauling that battle armor, that's a whole lot of damage that can be thrown in one turn. So if you can get the Grendel, then also the battle armor kind of gets stranded with its 4 inches of movement. So very, very sound tactical move, I think, on Chris's part. How many people do we have right now? We got eight people watching. Thanks for coming, guys. That's awesome. Um, a lot of stuff going on right now in the world makes get together for these sort of things in person. So glad you're at least able to join us virtually. We'll look forward to being able to get out and play all this with everyone out there. Oh, Cam, thanks for the update. Uh, I'm not sure what to do with the audio right now. I may have to swap mics here. All right. Trying to fix my audio here, guys. I apologize. I was hoping that I had it solved. It appears that I do not. So I'm gonna switch my setup and hopefully my other microphone. It might pick up a little bit more background noise on my end, but if it doesn't cut out, it'd be worth it. All right, bear with me. There we go. I apologize for this. It was my audio seemed to be working well earlier, but I don't want to. Oh, noise canceling. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm using my headset right now, which I normally don't use whenever I'm recording. Um, so it might be a matter of running it through too many different programs because my headset has its own runs through its own different synthesizer, encoder, whatever you want to call it. All right. How's this sound? Does this change anything for you guys? I'm really hoping that, oh, excellent. Oh, but only a little. All right. Well, the all right. Anyway, we'll have to try to address that between matches here. Um, is I'm cutting out on my end? Let me see if I can really quickly here switch my okay, maybe this will, work a little bit better. Maybe. I'm hoping to not get too much background noise here on my end, but, um, the I also don't wanna be cutting out every half second between every word. So, hopefully this is helping. Okay. Well, we'll run with it for now and then, fix it as we go. Hey, there we go. I may have solved it. Thanks for all of your guys' help. Excellent. Alright, so feel like I just totally missed out on so much of the action. Alright, we got, back around to movement phase. It looks like everybody survived the round. And in stand-up fight, that's all that matters. If you got one internal structure left, then, uh uh sorry, got distracted by comments there. Um, if you got one structure pip left, that's all you need. One more buys you at least one more round of throwing damage. So when it comes to stand up fight, very very critical that you're actually finishing off your opponents, not just throwing damage everywhere, but really focusing one guy down to get his damage off the uh oh yeah, see, I'm getting distracted again. um uh just making sure you're getting that damage off the field as quickly as possible, one at a time. Oh yeah, schism, yeah, I get distracted. I got kind of information overload between all the different comments and then trying to keep track of what the guys on the screen are talking about too. So apologize for that. Schism is your avatar on YouTube, is that a squirrel? Because I feel like that's completely apt. Oh, is that no, that's Calvin and Hobbes, right? It's pretty small on my screen. I apologize. All right, so looks like Chris is trying to get that Shadow Cat up into like touch distance almost up there. So going for a pretty concerted push, maybe trying to get Andrew off that hill, take away his advantage there. Oh, and then this is the exact thing that Chris was worried about last turn. Grendel getting around the backside of his formation. We'll see if I'm assuming he's going to drop a die in front of that Kukulin and dismount it. Yep. And that's where battle armor with stealth gets so scary, is because when they are transported and you drop them off, they get no movement modifier, even if they would have one, which this particular battle armor doesn't. But even at short range, you get the +1 for the battle armor. You get the plus from the stealth. It makes them a little less enticing of a target, but when they're already in your back, it's real tough. And they're pretty durable too. They got 2 armor, 2 structure. Oh no. Chris really needs to go to the game shop and buy some new dice. Those dice obviously hate him for some reason. So it's like there's some hijinks breaking out at another one of the tables, which is a dangerous proposition in 350, because if you run out of, you don't want to get distracted by what's going on around. You got to stay focused on your game. Those don't look like Kickstarter dice. Maybe he should get some Kickstarter dice. It might do him some good, because it doesn't look like his modifiers are outrageous. His dice are not being favorable. Oh, there we go. All right, he got 3 damage out. Looks like he's still in the in the armor there. Hasn't broken through to the structure yet. All right, I think we're looking at the Mad Cat Prime here. He's throwing in his overheat. Chris definitely sensing that this is the moment where it's kind of do or die time. Either you start getting Andrew's units off the table, or you you just slowly lose the war of entropy here. Oh, it looks like the Loki, that may have been enough to bring the Loki down. And we got some Mad Cat on Mad Cat violence going on here. Yeah, Cam, I'm pretty sure that is the Loki that just went down. Um, Lokis are pretty well known for being uh, glass cannons. So when Chris hit with, I believe, 5 damage from his Mad Cat, that definitely a lot for a Loki to handle. Andrew got a couple of damage out from his Mad Cat on Chris's. And now the Man of War. I always use the inner sphere names for the classic omnis. I don't know if that confuses anybody. I know it confuses all my friends that play MechWarrior Online because they they don't even list the names over there. The turn sideways card is the Loki. The battle armor he has over next uh, to his Grendel. There we go. I don't know how professional announcers do this, keeping everybody straight all the time. All right. So now skipping over to the Kukulin and Grendel against Chris's Loki in the backfield there. Oh, no, he's skipping the Loki. He's going for the Puma, doing some rear damage. Yep, and, so he hit with 2, and the first one gets a bonus point because it is to the rear. So he did 3 damage to the Puma there. I mean, that's 50% of its pips, right there. It's as you can see, that's pretty rough battle armor to try to tangle with, especially in a light mech. And now Andrew is down to just his dead Loki, firing from beyond the grave. The Loki E does not have any overheat options or even specials that would help in this situation. It carries flak, but since Chris has no air units, it doesn't make any difference. Threw some solid damage there. We'll see as they remove their damaged units. Oh, Chris's Mad Cat. That was enough for his Mad Cat to go down. The Puma goes down. Andrew lost his Loki. And now Chris pushed hard, but it's looking like it's now just a matter of time. Um, but it is not a situation where he should give up. Now would be the time to identify what units Andrew has that are uh, near death that he can kill in one turn. Oh, hey, welcome, Raymond. Raymond is there in the room and watching on stream. He is everywhere. He is Omni Raymond. Um, yeah, the doing the variable damage would be slow if you rolled 2d6 one after another in succession. I think it really, when you roll it all in one go, makes it real quick. Um, and yeah, there's I think it depends on if people are coming from classic battletech to alpha strike, or if they're starting in alpha strike, maybe coming from another system, where they think that anything that slows down the game at all is too slow. Because a lot of us classic players, we all know that if you can do. Oh, did my mic die again? I hope not, because this is this is the best setup I got right now. Um, I hope that it's working again. Um, oh, okay. It might just be a single viewer that's having issues. Thank goodness. All right. Coach just gave the time announcement, 26 minutes left.
And as you can see, it looks like this match will probably be winding down before then. No worries, Cam. It's all good. I appreciate you looking out for the audio quality here. Oh, as I was saying, those of us coming from classic BattleTech, where a turn might take an hour to complete. It's very the idea of rolling a fistful of d6. Well, one, rolling a fistful of dice always just feels, very satisfying. But two, it's pretty quick. Once you roll them, group them up, move on to the next unit. So I guess in my experience, that's plenty quick. All right, we got Chris with his Shadow Cat giving it his last bit of hurrah here. And so for scoring in 350 in stand-up fight, it goes by the percentage, because you could there's a total of 4 objective points you can win in each round, or per scenario. For every 50 points you destroy, you get an objective point, which is the scoring system for the tournament. And so with these, so there is still an incentive here, because even if Chris gets wiped out this turn, which may not happen, if he can boost the number of PV of Andrews that he's taken from the board from 50 to 102, well, he just got himself another objective point, which can increase his standings in the tournament. And with a lot of Andrew's units, he's sitting at that mid 40s per unit, with the Mad Cat S being the only one that's over 50 PV for one unit. So from a objective standpoint, it'd probably be in Chris's best interest to ignore the battle armor. Just looking here, the Loki's 39 PV, so actually taking out the battle armor would bump him up to 1 objective. So much stuff to try to balance out. Oh, yep, there goes the Grendel. The Grendel is 46 points, so now that would bump Chris to 85 PV destroyed of Andrews. So if he can get rid of the battle armor, that would bump him over 100, get him another objective point. But in order to do that, he has to have 1 pip left on one of his units. So we'll see. Rolling for crit. And Chris just took an engine hit. And Andrew is looking to finish off that Loki. He's got solid rolls. Andrew's dice are definitely in favor here. And the Loki is down. All right, Andrew needs 9s here from the Mad Cat to the Shadow Cat. Some feline vengeance going on here. And Shadow Cats don't have a whole whole lot of damage capacity, but he only got one. And he still has armor left. Whew. All right, so hopefully Chris identifies kind of where he's at as far as objective points. That battle armor is right in front of him, so might be good just to back up 5 inches so the battle armor can't overrun him. Oh, Andrew's moving the battle armor first. So Chris in this situation can just move the Shadow Cat over near the battle armor and get his full TMM, because all you have to do is move over 1 inch. And granted, the Shadow Cat will go down, but it will get him an objective point. I don't see the Man of War and Mad Cat having enough damage right now to warrant him trying to run off and squirrel on him. Some guerrilla tactics might work if they have enough damage, but from what I've seen, they both probably have plenty of damage capacity to take yet. Oh, and Andrew's setting up the trap, making it so inviting to move in in on that battle armor right in between his 2 heavy omnis there. Well, one's heavy, one's salt. Oh, and Chris is opting to go the guerrilla tactics route. Gonna hide behind the hill there. Yes, Raphael, and then the sequel for that would be a few dice more. All right, so Chris is going for the trying to isolate the Man of War there, which is a good tactic, but he's taken his medium up against an assault that is a brawler, so it's going to be a lot of damage flying back and forth here in this small space. But you never know. Andrew's dice might turn off. Battle armor are fielded as a squad on a single base. They are counted as a single unit. Proto-mechs are the weird in between, where you field them as a point, which is 5, but they all move together and they are on individual bases. So battle armor is 1 base, 1 unit. You can have options of using 4, 5, or 6 person squads on the master unit list, but they only count as 1. All right, and they are back around to initiative. A little damage swapped back and forth, but looks like Chris's options are running out here. Andrew running for the hills with that battle armor as much as you can run with 4 foot movement. One of the benefits of battle armor is they do not have a facing, so you don't have to worry about when you move them what direction they're facing, or if an enemy could potentially get behind them, because they have no behind them. They just they face all directions all the time. So all right, Andrew's moving that Mad Cat. Gonna be, looks like a classic pincer maneuver. Gonna maybe bring the battle armor around one side and the Mad Cat around the other, but it's gonna be on Chris here. Oh, you are absolutely correct, Cam. Alpha Strike compared to Classic. Alpha Strike is very, very straightforward when it comes to facing. You have forward and behind you and no in between. So there's no worry about having to like maybe present your left side and torso twist and trying to, play off all the little subtleties. It's a whole lot more. It's a whole lot more. Can I get directly behind them or not? And that's all it comes down to. All right. Chris is continuing his guerrilla tactics here, backing off, trying to making sure he gets out of the pincer. And my commentary isn't, I'm not trying to dismiss Chris's tactic here because it looks like he's got the guerrilla idea down pat, um, trying to keep himself alive as long as possible, and he's got the time to do it. So I might just be impatient. Oh, now he's zeroing in on that battle armor. Good move, Chris. If you can get them off the board, not only does it make it a lot easier for you to maneuver, it also bumps you an objective point. All right, got 2 damage on the battle armor. The Kukulin is coming back with 3. See if, oh no, Andrew landed with 2. Shadowcat is down. Andrew is the winner. He destroyed all 200 PV of his opponent, so he is awarded 4 objective points. Um, and for scoring, we do look at under with the force withdrawal rules. It does talk about uh, the level of destruction to a unit. So you can get partial credit if you are able to get into the internal structure of your opponents. So you can get partial PV credit in stand-up fight. And right now they're doing their calculations. Oh, and from the looks of it, um, Chris did not get enough damage on the Man of War or the Mad Cat to get partial credit on those. So it is going to be Chris being awarded with 1 objective point for the tournament standings, and Andrew getting 4. Andrew brought some heavy hitters there, so not a huge surprise, I guess. Chris definitely had a little bit more mobility, but terrain placement is a huge part of Alpha Strike, especially the 350 rules, the way it's set up. So Andrew kind of had some cover that he could park his fat boys behind, and Chris made good use of his TMM, but just didn't have the armor to absorb the damage. All right. Well, I think we will probably be taking a little intermission here quickly as they get things sorted out, updating the tournament board, all that good stuff. And then we'll be back in just a few minutes. So grab yourself another cup of coffee and um, hit the restroom, do whatever. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. Oh, it's good. I had some audio issues. Um, the folks on YouTube were trying to help me out narrow that down. So I think I got it figured out now. That's mean. Oh, look who it is. It's Mr. Brute.
Yes. Finally.
Well, welcome, Mr. Brute.
Thank you, Charles.
The man's so important that he gets Mr. in his call sign.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like well, yeah, so they finished round one. I think you were following on YouTube. So they finished round one. They're looking at getting everything kind of swapped up for round two. Oh, Raphael, question about human pilots inside four-legged battle armor. That's a good question. I always assumed that it's
Sorry.
the battle armor starts turning into almost a proto mech at that point, because the battle armor isn't really battle armor anymore.
I believe I once saw a picture of like a Barack battle armor, just because of being a Hell's Horses fan here. It was similar to like riding a motorcycle.
No, that's interesting. Yeah,
Because your arms and legs can't actually go into certain configurations armor. So it was basically mounting onto the seat and having your hand controls and foot controls.
yeah. So not exactly battle armor anymore, I guess, in my mind. Especially if you're looking at like Nighthawk or Elemental as kind of the go-to classic battle armor.
Oh, I'd agree with that. But then there are others like the Rottweiler, the Sloth, the Finner. That it would be extraordinarily difficult for a pilot of said battle armor to get their arms and legs into certain leg and arm configurations. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Space magic.
All right. Yes. Oh, nice.
Nice.
You God, that what, a third of today's participants are Jade Falcon? Don't you're corrupting your poor son and turning him into a Jade Falcon.
Emerald Pigeon's a symbol.
Yes, Cam, we will be updating the displays here once we get the second game ready to roll.
Yeah, who doesn't these days?
Right? Oh, question for the YouTube viewers. Can you hear Tommy when he's talking to us?
There's Coach.
Yeah, Coach announcing 2 minutes left in the round. There must be a game still going on somewhere. And I think I heard the fan favorite Cyclone yelling in protest. So,
yes. How's Cyclone doing, Tommy? Oh, nice.
oh, they cannot hear Tommy. So this is a really awkward conversation we're having, Mr. Brute.
A little bit, yeah. I will say that the Discord chat, when I was following along on the YouTube channel or just a little bit ago, it was much quieter, so that could be part of the issue.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, they can hear you, Mr. Brute.
Well, that's good. Even then, you like the volume for even your voice was kind of at half of the level I'm hearing it now. So I don't know if there's some kind
Oh,
of a
okay.
disconnect there.
The magic of streaming.
Okay, Tommy. Good luck, man. So did they get us a list of who all won their first matches?
Not yet, because they haven't. Sounds like it's going to come down to the wire on a couple of them. So
Gotcha.
we.
Well, I know prior to Andrew's match coming to an end, Indiana Alpha Strike Zone Raymond White texted us to let us know he was defeated by Marv Roshak.
Oh, Marv bringing the. Marv's a hardcore competitor, so no, no shame in losing to Marv.
That's what I've heard. He is a
But-
tough component.
Yeah, but you said Raymond. Could that be Camo Specs Online Raymond?
Yep, I believe the
Oh.
newest Camo Specs Online artist.
Hopefully we'll get him on the featured table so we can look at his pretty mechs while he's fighting.
And that would be all right. I get to see pictures of him on the side. I'm sure a lot of people would like him. He's generally a Snow Raven guy, so.
Well, geez, with the stuff that's been coming out in the rec guide for Snow Ravens.
Oh yeah, there are going to be some really cool things coming out for Snow
Yeah.
Ravens.
Feel like there's going to be plenty more Snow Ravens.
Yeah,
people lining up.
He was he was texting us about that. I believe this the Dark Crow, and they've got the Storm Crow. They've got a good the White Raven. There's a bunch of like at least
the
star of
Carrion
them.
Crow.
Yes, Carrion Crow. That was another one.
That thing looks mean. If you guys haven't picked up the new rec guide, that one unit probably might be worth it right there. All right. So time has been called. Hopefully we'll get an update here as to who won all of the other matches and who was able to pull off enough objective points. Not sure who has that really. Is that Andrew's case? That's a nice looking case. I'm going to have to find out where he got that thing.
I believe that is correct. Yeah, he was showing us those at the Kroll Sisters a Go-Go.
These guys are holding out on me. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I wish I could have got there so I could have brought my bases for the games. It would have been nice.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see them play tested.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Brute has been working with us on trying to come up with a standardized bunker for the Rampage scenario. So there's been a lot of fiddling. He's been a very patient man, doing a lot of little tweaks and adjustments as we go. But today we're just running with the templates that you find in the 350 rules. So
yes. Yeah, hopefully at some point we'll have the approved bunker available for download. So if you've got a friend who can print or you can print yourself, you'll be able to make your own bunkers to go along with the games.
And Rampage is kind of one of, I think, one of the more interesting scenarios in the 350 format.
I definitely enjoyed it when I got to play. It was a lot of fun. I got to do a my experience one was the Rampage. What's the one where you have to control as many bases as you can? You got to control like 4 or 6.
Conquest.
Yes, I played Conquest. That one was tricky, and then and King of the Hill, which was another good. I like that one too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I'll go ahead.
No, I didn't use everybody tends to use heavier units for King of the Hill, and I had lights and mediums, so I still managed to pull it off.
Well, that's the thing that I like about the scenarios is there are multiple ways trying to go about them. Um, conquest, immediately people think I got to take the fast mechs so I can rush out there and take control of all the objectives. But if you take some brawlers, you can sit on your two and make sure that the opponent can't take them and kind of move forward. You can, with King of the Hill, yeah, you can either take your big stompy stuff and slowly march it to the middle and park it there, or you can get there quick and then flank when your enemy shows up. There's so many ways of going about it, so it's always in flux. We haven't found where, oh, this is the one and only way to try to win this different scenario.
Yeah, there's no silver bullet as an answer. Everything has its own unique problems.
And that's kind of the idea of the whole format is if we can create interesting problems, then let people solve them in fun and curious ways.
Speaking of Iowa State, have we heard any more on whether they're going to still go through with the Iowa versus Minnesota?
Oh, no idea.
That would be interesting to see who ends up becoming the bondsman at the next Gen Con.
No. Yeah, they when COVID hit, that kind of went if there was a burner behind the back burner, that's where it got put.
There you go.
But I think the idea is if we get to have Gen Con this year, that they're gonna try to play that out, but trying to just get it where everybody can come, and with precautions and all that stuff, it's been real tough trying to line anything up.
Yes, it has. But I think we have some solutions to that too. So hopefully something can happen.
All right. Well, my screen went black. Can other people? Oh,
If as did mine.
oh. Coach is posting the scores. That's what's going on. Coaches posting the scores. All right. So, they were there. We got Raymond losing to Rorschach. Andrew over Chris. Tommy over Derek, 4-1. Coach versus Wyatt. Wyatt won 4-2.
Oh, very nice.
And
sounds like the young man's been learning a lot in those games with his dad.
Apparently. Either that or coach was distracted. That happens too sometimes.
Yes, that often does happen.
And
it depends on how much liquid he has in him.
Exactly. No scores down for Matt versus Cyclone. So not sure what that means. Hopefully that means that Cyclone did well. I know everybody always roots for her when she's playing.
Yep. I can proudly say I was thoroughly defeated by Cyclone.
She's ferocious. She earned that call sign.
She really did.
All right, and then we got Schism giving a call out to Wyatt. Yeah, good job, Wyatt. Put Coach in his place.
That's right. Looks like Coach won't get to win his own tournament.
And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Making sure Coach doesn't win.
That's right. Got to keep his ego in check.
All right, so looks like they're figuring out their next matchups. All right, so as the standings go right now, Tommy, Andrew, Roshak, and Wyatt are all tied for first with a win and 4 objective points. Well, pseudo tied. It comes down to how much you've lost as far as PV2 when you start getting into the tiebreaker rules. But as far as round 1 goes, it's pretty much anybody's game there. Raymond and Coach both were able to get 2 objective points, so that means they destroyed somewhere between 100 and 149 points of their enemy. And then Derek and Chris each got 1 point, and Matt and Cyclone, still listed as 0. So need to figure out what transpired over there. We need a sideline reporter.
I don't know if we're going to find one that's available. Especially if the Vita Orange is flowing.
Right.
Speaking of, did they ever get you the recipe for that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got me the recipe. Oh, I apologize there, Asian boy. I didn't realize that Coach had the scoreboard stuck on your staying up on the YouTube side of things. I'm watching the live feed, so I saw it for a brief second. So I want to make sure everybody had the info.
Yeah, I'm going back through the YouTube channel, searching for the. There it is. Okay, we've got Bloodbath versus Cyclone. Yeah, has nothing. Okay.
Oh, Coach is already coming up with disclaimers here saying that Wyatt's dice were on fire.
I see.
And Cyclone taking down Bloodbath 4-2.
Oh. I bet it was the Karu. I want to point out for the folks at home, too, that it appears that Andrew and his children were undefeated.
Alpha Strike runs strong in that household.
It does very much.
All right. Sounds like they are setting up for round 2, and they will be playing Capture the Flag.
This is one I haven't got to play yet, but I really want to. I think I've got a heck of a list for it.
All right. And I recognize that sleeve. That is Tommy, Silent Sea, Raven, Kruger, the Jade Falcon, Ambassador of Peace on the left. And I believe that is Roshak on the right. So we are going to be seeing a very competitive game, I think, because Tommy's lists generally include some very fast, mean machines. So kind of an ideal setup usually for capture the flag.
I believe I see some of the new swag up in the top right corner there.
Oh, yeah. We're getting the stream swapped back over to the live feed so everybody on YouTube can see and appreciate. There we go. Should be just that delay of the YouTube stream always throws me off. Make sure everybody can see what we're seeing. There it is. All right. So, uh, as Mr. Brute was mentioning, up in the upper right hand corner, you can see the WNRP stickers. So that way you can label things as belonging to WNRP. Rep your status. All right. One moment here. I'll pull up these guys' lists. Got Marv and Tommy. Oh, yeah, it definitely will. It would have been nice if they could have been a Kroll showdown, but uh, we're probably more likely to see a Cyclone and Wyatt showdown than the Kroll cousins. All right, so the competitors have swapped their 350, their complete army lists. So and now they take the time to look at what units out of that 350 they're going to bring for the scenario. What to they can bring up to 200 points. Oh, I just realized this is a Jade Falcon showdown.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of strutting, a lot of feathers flying.
And Marv's got a lot to live up to. For those of you who haven't read
really-
Hour of the Wolf, he's whew, yeah, he better play well.
He's got a lot to live up to, and so far he's done it. So
Yeah.
Raymond said he handed it a pretty good game. So I wonder if he'll take his own night gyre.
Oh, wouldn't that be classic? Yeah, that's right, Will. No matter who wins, a Jade Falcon loses. That is right. you can spin that however you like.
And gives me a smile.
All right. So those of you at home, maybe who aren't familiar with the scenarios, capture the flag. The setup is the 3 circles that you see in the center are the objective points, And the idea is you have to get a unit to one of those objectives, and then during the end phase, it collects the quote unquote flag, as long as it's uncontested. And then you have to bring it back to your home base, which is the area directly in front of each player in the center. There should be templates for that. But they haven't gotten those on the table yet. But so that's where this is one of the few scenarios where you have to make sure you have something fast, because you can literally lose the game in round 2 if you can't contest those flag points.
Very much so.
Although I guess if you brought enough long range damage and you were creative with your terrain placement, you could just throw enough damage at whatever the opponent is bringing to blast them off of the objective points. But that's a gamble. Leaving your fate in the hands of the dice at that point. All right, and then so in the 350 rules, it is there's a 5-minute period set aside for kind of this phase of identifying their 200-point lists. I also know that both of these guys already pre-calculate those things, so I think they're just waiting for everybody else to catch up to them. But I do anticipate that this is going to be a very fast, dirty, messy game. There's going to be a lot of mechs flying to the middle really fast, real high TMMs, and a lot of missed firing opportunities.
I fully expect to see that too, and a lot of use of battle armor.
Oh yeah. I don't know if Tommy's going for an intimidation tactic there, having all of his cards and units displayed. That might be him just trying to get in the head of Rorschach.
Oh, question here. Is Tommy actually running a Jade Falcon Force, or is he running his Wolfen and kind of his slapped together?
Tommy is running his Battle of Terra Jade Falcon list. So it's kind of a mashup of different stuff. Yeah.
Since I know he hasn't read the book yet, he probably had to lean on you guys some to get some of those units.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the hard part is with the number of, like, with the new recognition guides, every time there's a new like wolf mech that is like stupid fast and throws a lot of damage, there's also a Jade Falcon one, so then it's kind of hard to not go with those.
That is true. I'm looking forward to some more rec guides that have more things that are not just Falcon and Wolf related.
Right. Well, that's where the
Snow Raven stuff has been nice to see.
Yep. All right, so it looks like Tommy is going to come with Infantry Overload. 2 Bandits, 2 Ironhold, 2 Gnome, Kage, and then Wolfen and Flamberge. Whew.
That is a interesting group. The Kage and the Wolfen, that definitely makes it something unique for the Falcons.
Absolutely. Yeah, like with the Wolfen, it's like, it makes sense that there'd be some salvage there. The Kage, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where they picked that up at.
Yeah, maybe some Republic guys had some.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess the Fidelis made heavy use of them, so
that is true. But the important thing to remember about the Fidelis is even elite warriors in a And Kage suits still were not as good as a 130-year-old elemental in a battle armor.
There's something to be said about the classics.
Try as I may, when I look around at battle armor, I always come back to the elemental. It's just, to me, is the most well-rounded combat suit.
Yep. All right. So right out of the gate, they are playing screw you. I'm going to block your path of advance on the objectives.
Yes, they are.
All right. Well, you
Definitely.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I definitely learned that terrain placement is extremely important and may actually be one of the most important aspects of the game.
Yep. Yeah, and one being able to come up with a strategy for the terrain as you're placing it, and then of course your opponent puts them down, which is you have to be able to adapt to. Yeah, definitely. As you can right now, you can see that Rorschach is going to have cover coming and going from the objective points, where Tommy's going to have a whole lot of open field. Oh, and Rorschach's even getting
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
there.
you've got to have 2 inches between each piece of your terrain, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so you have to have a gap no matter what. Wow, now that is an interesting.
I think we might need to get a judge over there having the pond and an additional hill on top of a hill. Rorschach's pushing on the rules. But I guess if Tommy was concerned about it, he would do something about it.
I would think so. Oh, Rorschach's Night Gyre will be in the game. Very nice.
Tommy honestly might be like, oh, if you keep the puddle over there on your hill, then you're not putting it over here in my way. So we'll go with that.
I can see that. Now, Tommy's going to have to park whatever he steals on top of that hill to claim it, right?
That is correct.
That could be an interesting choice, putting yourself up in the air for everyone to see.
It might be Rorschach's tactic is make sure that on the turn that he's trying to deposit the flag, that he gets one turn of being able to try to blast him. All right, so because Tommy's going to be rolling his bandits, so water placement probably wouldn't cause him a whole lot of issues there.
No, should be good for him.
So I have this sneaking suspicion that Tommy's objective is going to be run hard on a couple of objectives, dump a ton of battle armor on them, and then just hold them. Make sure that Rorschach can't get a quick victory here, because Rorschach's running 2 Hero Falcons, which one jumps 16 inches and the other jumps 20. So he's going to be covering a whole lot of terrain real fast.
Yes, he will be. At that point, I would think that Tommy is going to have to at least occupy him to make sure that Rorschach can't just take off with him.
Yeah. Yeah, because I need to check out that Svantavit infantry vehicle here. Oh, geez, that thing moves 20 as well. So yeah, he's going to be on top of objectives in no time. It's going to turn into a nasty battle armor brawl at least one of the objectives, it looks like.
Yes, I think it's Svanatovet. I may be wrong though, but it is a fun little vehicle to use.
Yeah, well, Russian is definitely. I'm assuming that's Russian, and Russian is not my first language, comrade. So, yeah, and Tommy's also bringing 2 more units than Marv is, so there might be a little bit of an initiative sync tactic going on here. All right, now they're getting their home base objectives down. All right, Tommy's starting off by placing a bandit. I would anticipate there's going to be at least 2 battle armor being started off exactly next to that.
I would very much think so too.
I mean, the nice thing with the Kage is it has it's got jump and it's got 6 inches, so it's not completely dependent on a transport. And then, like I was talking about in the last match with uh with having stealth on battle armor, the Kage's, yeah, also running stealth, so he gets the same benefit there. Then for the gnome battle armor, that thing is a slugger. It's got 4 short range damage and 2 medium. So that is definitely the kind of unit you just drop off on an objective and then wait for the enemy to come try to take it from you. They only move 4 inches, so again, that one gets kind of stuck wherever you drop it off.
But they are so worth it.
Oh man, yeah. And then the last but not least of what Tommy's running is that Iron Hold assault battle armor, 5 damage at short and medium range. 5 damage. So he can drop both those off and be throwing 10 dice at somebody. That is crazy. And he's also running the fire resistant model. So a common tactic when you're dealing with a unit like his where it's heavy with battle armor or vehicles is throw extra heat damage. But against the Iron Hold, that's not going to have an effect. So
yeah, the Iron Hold are pretty wicked, especially since they pack so many anti-personnel Gauss rifles. Gives them a really nasty punch at medium range too.
yeah. Yeah, but the biggest drawback, just like the other assault battle armor that we see, they only move 2 inches,
and
so,
they can't jump either. So,
nope.
And
Nope.
they cannot do a swarm attack.
Right.
So they're
Right.
purely a shooting game.
Yeah, and they're not even mechanized. You can't load them up on an Omni-Mech, so you need to take an infantry transport vehicle in order to get them around.
Yes, sir.
And that's the thing I have always loved about the BattleTech universe and the games is it's a giant game of paper, rock, scissors. You're always there's no perfect in between of everything.
Yeah, that's what I've tried to explain to people before. I'm like, you're in a game where anything can defeat anything if you use it right.
Yeah. Yeah, and there is something that is specially designed to defeat whatever you're up against if you have it.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, Tommy's already measuring to the middle of the objective. I wonder where he's going. That's where he's going.
Yeah, the battlefield at 36 inches by 42 inches. And the Bandit hovercraft having a run of 20 inches. It's well within his ability.
Yep. And it looks like that bandit was loaded up with. Oh man, that's kind of hard to make out. It looks like one of them's Kage. I'm not sure if the other one is Ironhold or.
It would have to. It would have to be Ironhold because the Ironhold can't ride on anything else.
Okay. And that's where that bandit hovercraft H really shows its strength because it has infantry transport rating of 8, which means you can carry 2 4-man squads inside, but it's also an omni vehicle, so you can load a third on the outside if it's mechanized. So you can move a whole lot of infantry with it.
That is a good point, and that brings up my next thought that those bandits are actually inner sphere versions.
Tommy's not against the inner sphere when he can just use their tech. He's
I know. Oh, I love his grasp of the lore. It's so much fun. He does things that I just the lore side of me just won't let happen.
Yeah, and I am a hardcore, like, I go through on faction era, make sure everything lines up. I will take units out if they're in the wrong era. But that's also me. I enjoy the challenge of the hunting and trying to find the right faction at the right time period to get what I'm looking for. No,
I agree with you. I love to keep things, faction and keep them to what they would be originally, and it just sometimes these things drive me crazy.
it's Tommy's act for psychological warfare.
Exactly. Just getting under your skin before you're starting a fight.
And looks like Rorschach is slow playing, where we see Tommy playing hard on the objectives. Rorschach moved out his Night Gyre first, which is, I think, one like the only unit he has that wouldn't be able to get to an objective. So
I believe you're correct. It's literally, yeah, yes, that would be right. I'm looking at his list. That's the only thing that couldn't make it to an objective. But there's no doubt what it's out there for.
oh yeah, him parking it in partial cover right in the middle of the board is pretty solid because he's got that. I'm gonna guess he's got that that entire right side at medium range where he's going to be able to throw 6 damage or 8 if he decides to overheat. So that overheat is going to be potent. Oh, and he is foregoing the objective itself and looking to just plant some damage. That would be an interesting strategy there for Rorschach. He's got 2 damage at short range from his vehicle, and then he's also got 4 damage at short range, I believe, with his gnome battle armor. So he might be able to eliminate at least the battle armor off that objective, but the bandit has 6 armor and 3 structure. Those are tanky.
Yes, they are. But honestly, taking out the battle arm or taking out the bandit would be my priority.
Right.
Because it's what's going to actually grab the flag and run if it's not contested.
Right. Yeah, because you have at least a few turns before that Kage, being the faster of the battle armor, can get back to home base. So all right, doing a little bit of adjusting. Looked like they were checking the rules to make sure what base to base contact meant, and if there was going to be, if you could do anti-mech attacks on vehicles. So looks like they got it all sorted out now.
Good deal. Ooh, that's something I need to look into a little bit more heavily myself about doing the anti-mech attack with the battle armor. I'm a little rusty on those rules.
Well, to be fair, generally on your standard, your like a standard Alpha Strike game, you're not running into that scenario a whole lot. But
It's true.
kind of the 350 setup, it encourages you to kind of play units that maybe you wouldn't normally uh, in a standard just pickup game.
That is true, and I'd be really interested to see if here in the near future how many more vehicles and battle armor and various other things Iron Wind ends up selling because of this.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. I restrict myself because otherwise I could just go completely crazy in my unit construction. But it's I for mechs, I will only use mechs that I already have minis for. Which with the Kickstarter I have a ton. I mean, to be honest, so
Yes.
that's not a problem. But allowing myself because I own no battle armor minis, no vehicle minis, so that's where I spend all my money on Iron Wind.
Well, as a big Hell's Horses guy, I have a massive arsenal of tanks, infantry, helicopters, aerospace fighters, pretty much anything you can come up with, I've got. Now I even have regular foot infantry.
Yeah, I've had to add some of that for my Gray Death list. But a quick check of the rules. Anti-mech is a special ability where you can make a physical attack or a special attack against any ground unit, landed VTOLs and WIGs, or grounded aerospace. So yeah, as long as you're in base-to-base contact, you can do your anti-mech attack.
Very cool. It's the damage profile. I cannot recall if it's your short range damage +1 for an anti-mech attack, or maybe it's I can never remember that. That southern flag is going to get hot real fast.
Yeah, it is. Got uh, a drum circle going on down there. They're all getting together, hanging out. It's going to be a lot of dice rolling.
Yes, it is. With the battle armor alone, he's going to be rolling. He's got 4. And if he's got the gnomes and Ironhold in the same spot, he could be rolling up to 9 dice in a turn just for one flag.
Yeah, yeah. And just for the viewers at home, anti-mech attacks are the short range damage. The benefit is that you get an automatic critical if you do damage.
And that can be very helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that stacks with other forms of getting critical. So if you roll your like for that gnome battle armor, you roll your 4 damage. One of those is a 12, and you hit internal structure and take away a pip of that. You could be rolling 3 crits in one turn off one attack. So that's
And that doesn't count if you're going after a vehicle, which you automatically get a motive roll.
right. Yeah, that might be the tactic that Rorschach is going for. Is instead of destroying the bandit, just completely limp
Crippling
it.
it. Yeah.
Yep. If it turns into a turret, it's not going to do anything with that objective. So
No. And being a bandit H, the inner sphere model, if it gets crippled, it's only good for 1 damage a turn.
well, I mean, it's only good for 1 damage anyway. It's definitely there just as a troop hauler. But if you can get all of Tommy's battle armor stranded at one objective, kind of opens up the whole game for you. Audio Weasel, artillery is allowed, but it has to be uh, non-cannon. So if it's an artillery cannon, it's a no-go because that isn't really artillery. That's just a giant autocannon. And you can have up to 2 units with the artillery special. So there is artillery, but it's limited. Man, trying to keep track of all of the fire going back and forth at the top and bottom objective is pretty tough here.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's pretty thoroughly flooded.
Right? It's kind of a wait for the dust to settle, and then we're going to see how many units get removed. Oh, Dave, yes, excellent point. Long Tom is not allowed in 350 just because it literally takes up the entire too much of the board, a huge percentage of the board. That is correct, Audio Weasel. The idea is like you can use area of attack or area of effect attacks with the thumper and sniper in Arrow 4, and mainly to try to combat really high TMM units to make sure that they can't run amok. So if you are really worried about your opponent running, you know, locusts that have 5 TMM, you can use artillery because that's easier to hit. But it isn't where we wanted to limit it so it wasn't I'm just going to change the focus of the entire game, sit at my starting edge and bombard the objectives, and instead of the objectives being the objective, making my artillery pieces the objective. So that's a very long explanation of a pretty simple rule, but
Truth be told, though, a piece of artillery would work really good on one of these flagged areas with the number of BA they've got running loose.
oh, yeah, like a unit with a Naga with 2 Arrow 4s would be very interesting in this setup right here.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, just for clarification, it's 2 units with artillery. So if you have um, a Naga and an Bakemono, you have 4 artillery, but it's 2 units with artillery. So you can play that however you like, but units with multiple artillery definitely get expensive real fast. So
Yes. Anything with 2 artillery, I don't think you're looking at anything short of 48 points.
yeah. Absolutely, Dave. AoE is the counter for the like stupid high TMM units, and that's like Mr. Brute and I were saying. That's where there's always a paper to your scissors or paper to your rock, or you know what I mean. All right, we got a little damage going across here, and oh, Tommy has eliminated Rorschach's Svantavit. Rorschach may be the only competitor that rolls 1 point at a time.
I was wondering what he was doing. I thought that was a
Yeah.
little strange.
Yeah. Maybe all of his dice are Jade Falcon green, so he couldn't tell him the dice pairs apart.
It is a possibility.
Oh,
If he's doing better than one hit in a turn, he's beating me.
all right. So it looks like he was able to wipe clear a lot of battle armor.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage there.
All right. So it's hard to tell at that top objective if Rorschach had a unit on the circle to contest it, or if all of his units were outside the circle.
I don't believe that he had anything up there. I think that's why Tommy's got the dice now.
Okay. Oh, yep. I see it there.
I think Tommy has 2 objectives now.
Yep. And now it is a run like the Dickens and try to get home.
Mm-hmm.
And for that center objective, I believe that is a Wolfen. So that will be back at base this turn.
Yes. I believe that the Bandit hovercraft has enough range to make it back to its base too. And now Tommy's choice of putting a piece of terrain where he did makes more sense. The level 1 vehicles can't be targeted once they slip behind that.
Although it looks like the die got placed back on the objective, so it may be that
Still contested.
Yeah, it may be that Rorschach's battle armor up there might have a toe on the circle. And then this is where it gets interesting too, because by Alpha Strike rules, you have to move your unit at least 1 inch to get your TMM. So with the objectives the size they are, and your opponent sitting on the other side of the objective, it's kind of this odd, do I put myself in a compromising position to stay on the objective, or do I just give up on the objective, move, get my TMM, and force my opponent to make that choice of, do I leave my back open?
Too true. My experience in Minnesota left me. You get some interesting choices, and a lot of times it's a choice between, do I want to go ahead and move forward, or do I want to not get shot in the back?
Do I want to make a bad decision or a bad decision?
Bad decision or an aggressive decision is usually what I was left with.
Oh, that Night Gyre taking up the high ground. And it looks like Tommy's redirecting his flamberge over to the objective on the top of the screen. I was really kind of expecting the flamberge and the Night Gyre to end up kind of just standing in the middle, going toe to toe.
We may still get that fight.
Because I feel like those are the only 2 units on the board that can really just go, like, the only one that can face off against the Night Gyre is the flamberge and vice versa. Everything else is going to probably go poof.
Yep.
And also, kind of after that first round, looks like Rorschach was able to basically even the numbers for all intents and purposes. So,
yeah, that'll hurt Tommy on his initiative sync.
Yeah. Oh, Hero Falcon getting aggressive. Well, and this is also this is what kind of exactly what I was talking about. He has now forced Tommy into the decision of, do I abandon the objective at the bottom of the screen and try to get behind the Hero Falcon and harry him off, or do I stay here and fight the objective knowing that my flamberge is going to be taking shots in the back every turn? Because that Hero Falcon, its movement is pretty
Yes.
insane.
And just superior to the Flambird. It will be a tough call to make.
And I'm curious. I'm not sure which Hero Falcon is which. Because he's got the B and the A. So if that's the B that he got behind the flamberge, then he's going to be throwing 3 damage. If it's the B, he's going to be throwing 5. And if any of them hit, he gets a bonus damage because it does appear that he is behind.
Yep, and the rear arc, it's good. He can also, depending on the range, he may be able to. Well, no, I take that back. The Wolfen will be able to move this turn, so it won't be a problem for it. But the Flomberg is in trouble.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little surprised that Tommy didn't just move the Wolfen first. I feel like it's pretty straightforward where that thing is going, but
yes, I agree.
But it's Tommy. He might have a trick up his sleeve. He might be putting the Wolfen behind the Night Gyre for all we know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll land right behind the Night Gyre and unload on its back.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tommy didn't try to pick up 2 flags of 1 mech, but I don't think that's legal. So
No. Oh, nope. He is securing the point.
One fun thing about that Wolfen in particular is that if you are playing it in Classic, it cannot jump and shoot the way it's set up. I believe we had a discussion in a side chat I had a little while back, and double XL engines and improved jump jets do not work together. And then on top of that, because of its jump distance and the stealth armor and its 3 medium lasers, it would overheat the first time it fires.
That is very interesting. Yeah, how that gets translated then to Alpha Strike.
Mm-hmm. It's a unit that works, I think, purely in Alpha Strike and not anywhere else.
Right. Because Classic, if it gives you the option of you can either move and fire on ground, or you can jump, but you can't be doing all this stuff at the same time. Which in Alpha Strike, it definitely does allow all of it at the same time.
That is correct. So that is something that's become a subject with the improved jump jets and the double XL engines. That's just they don't work together. So I'm kind of curious as to how some of that does translate.
All right, looks like everybody got placed. Now we're looking at some damage throws. All right, well, I'm not sure what Tommy was rolling there. If he was rolling a motive hit or something.
We can hear him talking about motive, so clearly they've fired on a vehicle.
Yep. Yep. Looks like motive.
Some of the most painful rolls I ever had were the motive rolls. That beautiful, sleek tank that moves 18 doesn't go so fast now.
Right.
Or even worse, when someone hits you and you have to roll a motive on a completely untouched vehicle, and you get boxcars, crew dead.
Yeah. Yeah. It really makes you have to adjust your tactic on the fly when something totally unforeseen like that goes. But that's part of what I like about the Alpha, well, both classic and Alpha Strike systems, is there is that chance that the dice can just spell doom for a unit.
Well, and they absolutely will.
Yeah, so we got both Hero Falcons going on that Flamberge. Flambergy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be Flamberger for all I know.
Mm-hmm.
The Flamberg sounds pretty simple, though.
Yeah, I think Tommy affectionately calls it his Flamberger egg. So,
yes, I believe that is right.
yeah, it looks like Roshak's dice are just quite strong.
Yes, they are.
All right, the YouTube chat is voting in Flamberge, going on the French pronunciation.
Jade Falcon and French. I will never own one.
Not even for 7 short damage? 6 medium? That thing is crazy strong.
It is pretty tough. That is true. I prefer a Piranha. Nice 18-inch run and a good old surprise right behind you. 5 short range damage.
Right. All the machine guns.
That's right. It's the one time when an assault mech has to actually be very...
Mark, just so you know, I have reached out to our sideline reporter trying to get an update on Cyclone status. So we'll see if I hear back anything there. I feel like, why are we having Tommy on the feature table? Everybody just wants to see Cyclone.
So I can proudly say I was there when Cyclone was given the name Cyclone. She was not happy about that.
No?
No.
Cyclone is a strong call sign.
I think it's a great one. She was not very pleased until, it was pointed out that you could have a much worse call sign. Like I said, I showed up and she hit my army like a tornado going through a trailer park. That's when Aaron called her Cyclone. So it fits too.
Yeah, an Audio Weasel, Gnome Battle Armor, kind of a case of both. It is pretty popular, but it also works in a couple different scenarios pretty well for 350. So, like I said, it's definitely one of those units that you can plant on any objective, and then just kind of dare the opponent to come at it. And because it has not a ton of medium range damage, it makes it a little more affordable to be able to wedge into your 350 army. For example, the gnome is 14 PV versus the iron hold, which is 19. So they have the same armor structure. They have the gnome moves to 100% further at 4 inches, but because it's got solid short range damage, it's a pretty economical buy. No, looks like Tommy managed to get Rorschach off that bottom objective.
Yes, it does.
This is going to be interesting because it looks like Rorschach has shifted gears into the smash the enemy tactic, and Tommy is still rocking objectives. So it's going to come down to can he get
hold
the
it out?
objectives right?
Yeah. Well, the Hero Falcons are in good position to pick up the flag in the third turn when it comes back.
Yeah.
So Tommy's going to have to jump his Wolfen in and his Flamberger. Or Flam whatever. The
Flamberge.
Flamberge. He'll have to jump those in to try and keep Rorschach from taking the flag. Which may be a tall order considering the Night Guy are still there.
Yep. Yeah, it's that's going to blast whatever gets close. Quick
Because
update.
he's probably 6 inches now, so anything that gets in there is going to be a 6 damage, 2 overheat if he goes for it. Plus, he's got no range modifier.
We just heard back from the sideline reporter. Cyclone is in a tight game. It's going to be. It sounds like it's going to come down to the wire and be close. So. Yeah, and that's where Rorschach being aggressive and getting on Tommy's side of the board really opens up the options for him here. Because he can definitely fall back to the flags, or he can push all the way to Tommy's base and try to pick off anything that rolls in with the flags. So he can kind of go whichever way he needs to at this point. So yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with the 350 rules, on this scenario, you pick up and drop off flags during the end phase. So it is possible to blast an opponent off the objective. If you destroy a unit who's carrying the flag, they drop it where they stand. And when they make it back to base, the point doesn't count until the end phase. So your opponent can have all 3 flags getting deposited that turn, but if you can blast those 3 units, the flags do not get deposited. They have to be in the possession of a unit in order to count. So Tommy just getting his Wolfen back to base wasn't a guarantee he was going to be getting that point.
Well, thank you, Dave, for the pronunciation there. Flamberge. I will say it for you, Flamberge.
Oh man, yep. Okay, so Rorschach is fallen back to the objective. Oh, that's an interesting tactic there. So Rorschach jumped back to the objective with his Hero Falcon,
I
got
see.
in base to base, and then Tommy just stayed still.
Which will make it more difficult because of the base-to-base contact with the BA. That makes it a more difficult attack for Rorschach, doesn't it?
Well, it means that he is limited to only a physical attack. So physical attacks are determined on a single roll, just like in Classic. So you don't roll per point on a physical attack. You roll once for a physical attack. So he has the option. Basically, instead of him being able to roll a fistful of dice and get some damage out, it's going to be an all or nothing, which is probably going to go against him. If the odds.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right, because he's a Hero Falcon's medium mech that could do as much as 2 damage.
Yep. So instead of throwing 5, it's going to be for 2. So.
Mm-hmm. But he's going against infantry, which get an automatic +1 TMM for being infantry, and he jumped.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough roll.
That could be a real pain.
Oh, welcome to the stream, Jury. Longtime WNRP listener and supporter, and just all around nice guy. Joshua Jury is now in the YouTube. That's probably the nicest thing I've said about anybody in a long time. So
I get targeted by all of you guys on the podcast, so you got to be a brute to survive it.
That's right. Oh, geez. I should have known. Jury shows up, and the first thing he does is ask the rules question.
By the way, who do we need to hit up to get a nice, online list of acronyms for all the different abilities on the cards?
Oh, absolutely, right.
Because
I
I'm
know
always
that.
finding myself looking for them. I'm like, it needs to be something. Maybe we can print one off, and we can put them at each table.
Right.
Here's a nice long list of this is what it is and what it does.
Yeah, just as a at the table game aid, I think would be pretty useful.
I believe you're right.
And Jury, I believe you are correct. At least going by the table on page 44 of Commander's Edition, it does specify battle armor as the target, not infantry. So battle armor may be the only one that get that bonus +1.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought infantry got a +1 to be hit too because of them being small.
I think the idea is there's so many of them.
I see. And that would explain why proto-mechs are hard to hit then. There's only one and they're small.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Jury, just because that is, I mean, generally people are running battle armor just because of ease of transport. If you're trying to run a infantry, a standard infantry unit in Alpha Strike that does any decent amount of damage or has decent amounts of armor and structure pips, it gets real heavy real fast, so it almost becomes impossible to move. But making sure that we have that differentiation is important.
There we go.
No, the Night Gyre, yep. Night Gyre claims the center circle as its own. And here's Tommy in a classic bad decision option. He can get his flamberge about anywhere that would be useful. The only problem is that Hero Falcon is going to be behind him wherever he goes.
Yes, it will. What does Tommy still have in the top that's got at the flag? Is there other infantry aside from his hovercraft?
No, I believe that is Rorschach's battle armor. I believe that is Tommy's bandit and Rorschach's battle armor.
It seemed to me that he would want to jump. Yes, there.
Hero Falcon, making you use your entire tape measure.
Yep. But now, if he kills the infantry with the flamber, whatever, I don't care. I forgot it already. With the flaming bird, the hero then his hovercraft will pick it up at the end of the turn,
That's correct.
and the hero falcon will not be there to stop it, and that would give him a chance of scoring a second objective point.
Oh, apparently Rorschach heard us.
Maybe. I don't know. Can they hear us there?
No.
Say if they can. I'm really sorry, Tommy.
Been dropping all sorts of information.
There
No,
you
I made sure that when we were discussing this whole setup that I said, like I'm assuming they can't hear me, because if they can, like, the whole idea of me trying to do any analysis during the game is a horrible idea.
Oh, I agree. I was hoping that was the case. They couldn't hear us. So.
Who knows? Rorschach might have YouTube streaming right now with an earbud in.
Well, if that's the case, then that'll be pretty funny. Ooh, did the Wolfen come back out to play?
No, it sure did. No, that quarter of an inch is a very important quarter of an inch.
Yes, it is.
Dave, yes, you are seeing battle armor on pennies, but those pennies are mounted on clear acrylic hexes that do fit the standard size. So
yeah, a bunch of us started going to clear acrylic because you don't have to paint it, and it looks just like whatever you're standing on. So it works out really well.
all right, yeah, sounds like Rorschach is trying to eliminate that bandit hovercraft up there to make sure Tommy doesn't take off with it.
Well, he did move his hero falcon back behind the flaming egg. So
So many nicknames. Well, and I think that's a good move on Rorschach's part, throwing the battle armor damage first, because if you can eliminate the bandit, then you can throw all your damage at the flamberge. But if you don't, then you can then throw your hero falcon's damage at the bandit and make sure it doesn't take off, because even if the flamberge picks up the flag, it's not going to get back. It's going to take a couple of turns to get back.
And by then you might be able to take it out.
Yeah.
Now here's the part in the game where I would look someone in the eyes and roll like 6 sets of dice and get 4.
Yeah, just can't look at the dice as they're rolling.
Exactly. I would whiff enormously at a short range easy shot, and then I would just be out of luck.
Your dice get anxious. It's just they have performance anxiety.
Yeah. I was ready to throw them out in the Andrews' backyard.
Oh, jeez.
Had there been a hammer nearby, I'd have broke them on the floor.
Oh man.
So useless. I got so desperate at one point I even pulled out my Capellan dice.
And for a man of the lore, that had to be cutting you deep.
It hurt. It was not fun. It was like holding fire in my hand. That was wrong.
Oh, Tommy, fistful of D6. Nice. I'm glad he can tell what shade of red is what shade of red, because on here it all just looks like red dice. Oh. Got the battle armor off, got the bandit off. One battle armor remains for Rorschach, otherwise the Flamberge is going to be picking up that flag. Oh, yeah. Tommy is surprising Rorschach with his tactic there, trying to get rid of that infantry rather than going after the Night Gyre, which is the in-your-face parent target. But instead of going for an anti-mech attack, he's going to try to clear that other objective. And it looks like it did not work out for him. Yeah, I feel like this is the round that's going to make all the difference here. And his and it looks like his anti-mech attack failed.
This could be painful.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Hero Falcon gets a swing back for a physical attack. But yeah, definitely a smart move there, because taking 2 from a physical attack is way better than 5 for short or medium range.
Totally. And I saw that catch somebody in Minnesota. I saw a mech go base to base from behind and couldn't do its full damage, which actually saved the guy.
Oh, but Rorschach's physical attack was enough to hit, so the Hero Falcon now holds that objective uncontested.
So he managed to kill the infantry. That's going to be a harsh one.
And on a small technicality, it looks like Rorschach moved the die back onto the objective, which technically shouldn't have happened, but since the Hero Falcon was in base to base with the other unit, the Hero Falcon will be picking it up during the end phase anyway. So
yeah,
kind of a 6 of one, half dozen of another. But all right, and they're sorting out some damage in the middle of I think on that center objective there.
Night Gyre has a armor of 7 and a structure of 4. To the Wolf and Sea's armor of 3, structure 1. The Wolf and Sea, though, has overheat and can do 2 damage. That means Tommy could do as much as 4 damage to the back.
Nice.
But I'm not sure he's actually in the rear arc.
Yeah, I don't think he is. It looked like he was going for a physical attack. It's hard to tell at this angle, but they might have been in base to base there.
Looks very much like that. He probably has to be in base to base to keep the flag from being just ran off.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Wolfen could stop it before it made it back anyway, even though it would take 3 turns for it to make it there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he'd have to bring his flamberge over and basically put everything he had. So right now we're looking at 1 heavy and one light versus 2 mediums and a heavy.
Yep. So yeah, we're at the point where we are running out of troops to fight with here.
Yeah. And this is where it comes down to any early damage pips that we're able to get off those Hero Falcons and Nightgyre is gonna, because if it's gonna make all the difference here.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he didn't have enough early damage, it's going to be not enough time to be able to blast those things down before they get all the objectives back.
And it looks like Rorschach is checking whether his Hero Falcon can make it back in one go, and that will even up the score on the objectives.
Yeah. Well, this is a good way for us to figure out if which one's the A and which one's the B.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tommy's going to try to, looks like, flank around and keep that Nightgyre from trying to withdraw.
Yeah, that would potentially give him 2. Well, no, he would have 2 flags this turn if the Wolfen is not touching, which I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
And he won't be able to take the northern flag because he's not in contact with it. So, yeah.
Oh, and yeah, Tommy sacrificed the top objective. It looks like he's running off. But the infantry, the gnome battle armor of Rorschach is the one that has control of the flag. So it's gonna be a couple minutes before they get anywhere near home base.
Yep. How's it going, Andrew? Yes. Yes. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, Andrew, just so you know, we can hear you, but your volume doesn't carry over to the stream. So.
Oh, no, you're fine. How'd your game go? Well, good. Well, that's pretty close.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So for those of you following along on YouTube, Andrew the Minnow was able to defeat his daughter Cyclone, but it sounds by only 1 objective point and 15 PV. So that was close.
Yeah.
It's getting to be the do or die time here. I'm a little confused by Tommy's move of the Wolfen that deep into Marv's territory, but no, that was Tommy was the one that did all the initial placement over there. So for those of you on YouTube right now, they're having a discussion about placement of terrain in relation to the home base. I believe that there is no distance restriction between the base and the terrain, but and yet another example of where we're learning new things about our own wording. Yeah, absolutely might be. Yeah, you're probably right, but with the power of the internet, I will go and double check real quick.
Yeah, actually, I have
Right.
the rules right here handy.
Oh man, only a crawl can defeat a crawl. That's what we're seeing here. So for those of you following along at home, Wyatt won his game. I believe he was playing Bloodbath, I think.
Yes, that's correct. He was playing Bloodbath. So which game were they playing? Nice. And Matt destroyed 39 points of his, and
Man,
Wyatt tabled him.
that's rough.
Ouch. What have you been teaching your kids? I would say so. Yeah, I'd say so. I'm good. Vita Orange.
All right. So everybody there is going to be doing some celebration Vita Orange drinks, the official regimental drink of WNRP.
Please drink responsibly.
All right. So yeah, for those of you following along, we kind of got caught up in conversation with Andrew that you couldn't hear, but the on the table here definitely turned into a bit of a dog pile on the flambeurs. So looks like Rorschach identified that the Wolfen might be a danger to picking up objectives, but not much of a damage dealer. So if you can clear that flamberge off the table, the game is pretty much his.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for Tommy to succeed in much if the only thing he has left is that Wolfen. And it'll also be hard to live down the lead Jade Falcon only having a Clan Wolf mech left.
Oh, ooh, the dishonor.
It is Desgra at best.
Oh, yeah. It says very blatantly right in the rules, each piece of terrain at ground level must be 2 inches away from any other piece of terrain or objective area template. There we go. Written in black and white clearly, and apparently I just forgot that part. So
It happens.
And it sounds like we lost our audio coming from the game. So I know those of you watching the stream, it doesn't make any difference. It's become eerily silent for Mr. Brute and I. Oh, Schism, good point. The kids got their BattleTech talent from their mom. That's that's probably it's a hard.
There's good odds there. Good odds that's true. Yeah, they rolled for initiative.
Yeah, so nobody came off the board, and that is one of the kind of the drawbacks of running units like the Hero Falcon or the Wolfen, is in order to really get the most out of their mobility means you're jumping every turn, so you're incurring that 3-point to hit penalty. Granted, your opponent is picking up a +5 to hit you, but you just push all the margins a little more narrow. They might need 11s to hit you and you need 9s to hit them, or somewhere in there maybe, or 12s and 10s, but you're making it less likely for anybody to hit anybody. So if that makes sense. I know in Discord I've had some real long conversations with some guys about 2d6 odds and trying to force your opponents into bad spots and get yourself into that sweet spot. But generally, if you can get yourself to try to roll 6s and them to roll 8s, that's a really huge swing in the odds. So
all right, so looks like we've got the Wolfen down south and one of Rorschach's Hero Falcons up north now.
Yeah, it looks like the Hero Falcons might be picking up the gnomes instead of making the gnomes hoof it all the way back.
It'll take a little while.
Oh,
and Tommy is there to stop it.
The Flamberge says no. Yeah, because if Tommy's able to destroy that Hero Falcon before it can jump away with the battle armor, that's going to be a huge.
I don't know.
Buy him a whole turn.
Could they even hit each other? They've both jumped.
Oh man! Yeah, you're looking at on the
skill 4 pilots with the Hero Falcon. Probably. Depending on which one is like a TMM of 4 or something, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, you're looking at a 4 plus 3
plus 3. So they'd need 11s, 11s or 12s to hit each other, right?
Oh man, yeah.
And that's it. That's it. Knife fighting range.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an all or nothing swing. It looks like they're in base to base. So, and then down south here, Marv playing a little safe, increasing his odds of being able to do some damage at least. Keeping a small gap there. Oh yeah, that Wolfen, you can see the TMM die that Tommy has next to it, and it has a 5 there. So that's going to be, yeah, that's a 12. Oh my goodness! So it's a true armor crit or nothing. And Nightgyre stayed put. Or no, he moved a little, didn't he?
Sorry, I was sending a text message to our own Bloodbath, finding out how his game was going. So, it says that the Kroll children are trained very well.
All right, yeah, because it's looking like not next turn, but the following turn, the Nightgyre is going to be back at base, and if Rorschach is able to blast the Wolfen, which I it's going to take some miraculous dice, I think, to do that. But those other two objectives are going to probably be staying put if I had to guess.
Tommy could still pull this off with just winning objectives.
Yep.
I wonder how much time is left.
Yeah, since we've lost audio, we can't hear Coach give out the time update shouts. So I knew I should have been starting my own timer.
I'm getting a hold of Bloodbath to see if I can get an update for us on it. Maybe we can get the audio back too. Speaking of the genetics, we'll probably have to, you guys will have to bring it up with Blaine next as a official wolf blood name. There's so many of them.
Right.
And they may have infiltrated the MCU as well.
Krill's a popular name all of a sudden. All right, so it looks like the flamberge went down.
Things are going to get ugly now.
Yeah. Yeah, Tommy's definitely on the
He's on the ropes.
Yep. Doing about the only thing you can do is go defend their base. Hope you can destroy them as they come back in. But that Wolfen versus that Nightgyre, I don't see it necessarily going very well for the Wolfen.
Oh, I thought he was going to take the Wolfen back, but well, yeah, I don't see him being able to stop any of the objectives now.
No, and yeah, in order to get there, he had to jump. So he's eating a lot of TMM himself.
And Rorschach's got all three objectives now, right?
No, Rorschach only holds the top two. The bottom one, because the Wolfen was there during end phase, it was still contested.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Will, the Jade Falcons are losing. The Jade Falcons of Tommy variety.
Oh, how is it going, Cyclone?
So we got our audio back, and immediately it was Andrew trying to get Cyclone to do a sideline interview, but it sounds like she's against that idea.
Are you still there, Cyclone, or did you run off? No. How'd your games go? Well, your dad probably cheated against you. Since we don't have any camera verification, I'll just go with that. I've played you, and I know you pretty well steamroll people.
All right, and it looks like the Wolfen is down. Game is concluded.
Yep.
Now the interesting thing is because Um, right, because Tommy was able to
Yep.
get his
Tommy has
Wolfen
the objective
destroyed.
point, but Marv has no objective points. But table
Right.
him.
Yep. So Marv gets the full 200 PV or MV points, but he only gets one objective point because he didn't get any of the flags back before tabling Tommy. So that was a interesting underhanded tactic by Tommy to limit Roshak's points because
Yes.
because Rorschach could have opted to not fire, scored 2 flags, and then tabled Tommy, which would have gotten him a third. But Rorschach, oh man.
He's the leader of the Falcon Guard, so I don't think that's a possibility.
Oh man, that is an interesting turn of events there. Tommy playing the long game, and I suppose
No.
decided since I'm losing, I'm just going to lose now.
But now wait a second. Is that the way of it? Because if time is not up, which I don't know if time is up, but if time is not up, wouldn't he be allowed to continue to
No,
finish planning his objectives?
no, the game is over. As soon as your opponent can no longer play, then
Mhm.
then we've gone round and round on that just because otherwise it turns into, well, how fast can you go? How long should a round be? How many turns do you get? So we just came up with the this just hard rule
The
of
game is over when your opponent has been tabled.
that's exactly right. And then
Okay.
you get 1 bonus point or 1 objective point more than what you have to a max of 4. So because he eliminated him when he had 0 objectives, he now gets 1 objective point, and he gets the full 200 PV destroyed points because of course he did that. But
Yeah.
oh, that's an interesting move. Tommy sacrificing his Wolfen rather than dragging the game out. Because now Rorschach, yep, now Rorschach is in even though Rorschach won, he is not in a very strong position tournament wise, and he honestly would have been better off not firing that turn, scoring 2 objectives, and then going for the Wolfen.
Yep. Oh, but the Jade Falcon is aggressive, and the kill was right there.
Oh yeah, well, and it was a wolf mech. Like he can't not shoot it.
Exactly. Huh? I didn't. So yeah, that is that's good to know because I know I played Andrew and I managed to table him, and that one of the results was that I had fewer objective points in King of the Hill, but since I had 2 units left and he had none, how do you decide who wins? So I guess
Right.
at that point I would have lost that game.
Yep, and King of the Hill is a perfect example of that because it's like, well, how long is the turn? Because you effectively get infinite points if you table your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
You put a light mech in the circle and say, my turn is done, my turn is done, my turn is done, my turn is done, and
Yeah. Well, I mean,
now,
he had 17, I had 5, and we had 21 minutes left. So yes.
and I'm assuming by the way the conversation sounds like it's going there is Rorschach maybe was not 100% clear on that rule of how things happen when you table your opponent.
Let's see.
Okay, so being the gentleman that he is, Tommy is allowing back the decision to fire. Rorschach is deciding to not fire, and now Tommy is going to just try to plug up the works and stand in his way.
Charles, I think I lost you.
Oh, like you lost what I was talking about, or I just cut out?
Guys, you hear me?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So what's
Okay.
going on is we forgot to mention that the rule of if you table someone, it's the +1 objective. And Marv killed the wolfen not knowing that rule. So in that rule, he would have only been scored 1 objective because all 3 of his guys have the flag, and he and he killed the wolf and tabled him. Therefore, he wasn't going to be able to finish the round out and get 1 objective point.
Yeah, no, that's what we were discussing. Is that
What
he?
we're
Yeah,
doing-
when we ran into it up in Minnesota.
So what we're doing is we are rolling it back, and we're allowing them to play it out with his understanding of the rule. So
Okay.
that's what's going on right now.
I don't know where the third objective point got involved there because Rorschach did not have that.
Did
Just
not-
so you know, Coach.
So he did not have any objectives.
No, I'm talking about he has 2 flags picked up, but I don't know where the third one got involved because that one should still be at the objective, I believe.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Yeah, that little dice there is not an objective token. It is to mark which hero falcon is which.
Okay. All right. So it was just an indicator, not a flag. Okay.
Not a flag, yep.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no, things got a little weird there when the game was over, but it wasn't over. So
What's he proxying the hero falcons with? Are those Geyer falcons?
Yeah, those are Geyer falcons.
Okay, cool.
so many falcons and
So many falcons.
birds and
Let's see if we can't do a cool little transition here. Give you guys an update of the. Here's the score.
all right. So we have
You guys see that?
yep, that's showing up on YouTube now.
Mhm.
Updated standings. So Coach faced the newest player that we have to get the win. Strong showing, Coach. Good job.
Nothing like
and
having one of your paratroopers miss the target and scatter.
oh, nice. And then
Ouch.
Raymond won against Chris with 1 objective point, and Wyatt beat Bloodbath. Wow, this leaderboard's going to be interesting here.
Let's see if we can't do something cool. Intermission. Let's add a video capture device.
Oh, well, there's Coach. All right, YouTube, can you hear Coach?
I'm not sure if this is working or not, but it's going to take a little bit to update.
a little bit less.
All right, let's get the scores here.
Oh, nobody can hear you, Coach.
Oh, dang it. I thought I'd be able to get that to work.
Oh, they can hear you now. I think they were going off of before you had your earbuds in, so you were further away from the mic.
Yeah, I think I figured it out, so.
Dang it, I gotta go against Dad.
So, there's your final standings. Tommy got 1 objective, 56 MOV. And Rorschach, once again, takes the 400. Guess who's going to play who? Generate next round. Rorschach versus Andrew.
Yes! Dad!
Wyatt versus Cyclone.
Yes, I'm playing.
Oh, sibling rivalry.
Dad. Dad. Guess who you're playing?
dip out here for a second and announce some stuff.
Rampage. That's very exciting.
Is it Andrew and Rorschach and Rampage?
Yes. Oh, out of those, yeah. All of you in the comments section, go ahead and throw up who you would prefer to see out of these on the premiere table. Which of those matchups would be the most interesting to watch?
Oh, we got Mad Drop in from Australia there. I missed him.
So far, we have siblings going once. We have 2 for siblings. Oh, oh, Mad Drop asking for more Rorschach. He wants more Rorschach. Yeah, I think that those are probably the 2, that would be my votes. Um, either siblings as a fan favorite or, Rorschach versus Andrew since they're 1 and 2 right now. You know who doesn't want more? Oh, never mind. That would be spoilers. I'm gonna stay away from that. All right, well, we got it's looking like we have a tied vote. I mean,
The Ghost Bears are complainers because they sit on the sidelines so much.
we yeah, because I believe that just so you guys know, it looks like Wyatt's list is pretty Republic of the Sphere. Cyclone's list is Ghost Bear or Dominion, more Dominion. Rorschach is obviously Jade Falcon, and Andrew's list is Wolf. So if that changes your votes any. And the votes have stopped coming in. Schism, you already voted. Yeah, that's almost what we could pull off there, except somehow the Ghost Bears would show up. I don't know how that would work.
They wouldn't do anything. They just sit on the sidelines as usual, watching, complaining.
They don't come. It's not complaining, Mr. Brute. That is contemplating.
No. Certain point where patience doesn't look like patience anymore.
The patience is so deep and so thorough.
It's like procrastinating.
Contemplating. There we go, jury. You just invented a word. You coined it. It is contemplating.
There you go. I like that. Get that man a chair then, and a Vita Orange.
All right. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll just give it a few minutes. So we'll do a brief intermission. So if you haven't voted, vote on which of those matchups you see on your screen you would most prefer to see on the premiere table. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. So grab some coffee. I know that's what I'm doing. And hit the restroom, all that good stuff. And we'll be back in a few.
All guys in the back.
See, now they can hear us.
Fuck to the off.
Come on back here, big boy.
We're doing the cheers.
Hey,
GarageCon.
GarageCon 2.0.
GarageCon.
Cheers.
No check sucks. Hey, first, everyone, thanks for coming. Those that drove, Raymond, Chris, thank you. Marv, you drove.
Thanks everybody for putting.
Nice speech,
I don't
Dad.
think anybody walked.
Bye, everyone.
Guys, if you can hear me, we lost the stream.
Oh.
All right, fans, I'm back.
As am I.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you. I think that they would like a little bit of table noise.
I'm gonna give you about that much. That's what you're gonna get for table noise.
All right. Hello.
Raymond says hi.
Hi, Raymond. Congratulations, Raymond.
This is gonna be a Battle Barn rematch between Raymond and Tom. So I'm gonna finish getting set up here, and then I'll come back and make sure everything's going smoothly.
All right.
Are you guys enjoying a drink like we are?
Oh, man, I'm sucking down. I'm on my second pot of coffee right now.
Second pot of coffee. All right, I'll talk to you in a bit.
Nothing but glorious water here.
Well, that's the smart play. That's the smart play.
I think I'm gonna stick with the list, Matt.
Initiative.
Right now, I'm just battling the jitters.
But I don't know what I would.
So you gonna decide. Sorry, we got a lot of coffee on the.
I'm gonna win initiative first. That's what I choose.
So I picked the.
You picked Rain first.
I'm gonna keep it. Let's see how it goes.
Let me get my tape measure out.
All right. So we got Tommy, Silent Sea Raven versus Raymond, Deacon White. I'm not sure. We might be using our voting for later.
Would be the
Let's see here.
the edge.
You have to get over here and shoot these guys. Buildings are a -4 to hit. We got those D20s? Yeah, I do. But Andrew said just write the number on the land.
Audio Weasel. When you, the question is, when do you tell your opponent about your 200 point? And that is basically at the end or right before terrain placement. So you share your list, your full 350 list at the beginning, and then you pick your 200, and then they see what you have, and then you're doing terrain placement. So
They'll go inside. The next turn, they'll pop out, and at the end turn of the next turn, it'll blow up.
and then for those of you who are maybe not as familiar with the different scenarios, this one is Rampage, also sometimes called Bunkers because it involves bunkers. So you see there, we have two 3D printed prototypes there in the middle, and then we have just the flat templates on the sides. 'Cause we don't have enough templates for everybody all to play everywhere. So the idea is to destroy all three of your opponent's bunkers. And you can do that in two different ways. You can either do direct damage in, like basically to the door of the bunker. And that takes 20 points of damage, or you can drop off infantry or battle armor in the doorway, and then they will infiltrate the bunker and destroy it and it will be destroyed the following turn. So it's definitely a scenario where having battle armor or infantry pays off. It also can pay off to guard your bunkers and blast anybody who's trying to get into them. So it's a lot of different levels to operate on here. They're definitely loading up that top edge of the map with terrain. So it's going to be interesting how they use that to guard and attack. So
Yes, it will be.
And you just got to transport them on top. But terrain has to be 2 inches away from.
One of the important things to remember about the bunkers is you got to have line of sight on the door too. You can't. Indirect fire will not work.
no, that is correct. Indirect fire, or if you have artillery in your unit, you cannot. They are immune to area of effect damage, which I know, like realistically, if you're attacking a fortified position, you'd probably be using a lot of artillery. But again, it shifts the focus of the objective away from trying to destroy the bunker to I have to destroy your artillery. So we made that decision to keep it where you have to actually go onto the other side of the board and attack your enemy's bunkers, and you can't just sit back on your starting edge.
Shut up, Dad.
That's the most spread out terrain that I've had to deal with so far.
Yeah, these guys definitely are going with the spreading the terrain all over. The other two matches we've seen so far today have been a lot of stacking up in a few spots, but this is kind of what you get when you spread the terrain all over the place.
I have 3, but only because the battle armor loaded on top of the Nova and the Vulture.
And that's kind of something that I've noticed in watching multiple matches of Rampage is people generally are trying to set up like avenues of fire, trying to do some area denial with the terrain, more so with Rampage than most other game modes.
You said you have 4 moving units?
Yep.
Okay.
I have 4 moving units. I got a total of 11 units. Or 9 units. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, 9 units total.
Raven, can I take this chair?
Yeah, you can take it.
I need to take a chair back.
All right, and looking at the force list, it looks like Tommy is running the same list as he was using in the last match, but Raymond is bringing some pain, some very serious pain.
Yes, that's definitely what it looks like. That dire wolf DE does, I think, 9 damage in a turn.
Yeah, 9 at short and medium ranges, and it has, oh man, was that 11 pips of armor?
Yes, I think that's right.
It's legit. It's a bandit.
And then also looking at the, then he's got the Blackhawk Prime, which is 5 damage at short and medium range with a whopping overheat of 4. So he can drop some serious harm.
The Ironhold's inside the bandit, and
And the vulture,
Wow, this is almost exactly what they took at me last time too.
pretty close.
and the vulture E is a flak monster with twin hags. So
And it might be the exact
it,
same. It might be the same list. Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, so that's 3 damage at short, medium, and long, and that's all flak.
mm,
Wolfen is going to have the Kage.
So just by looking at the list, it definitely looks like Raymond is going to be going for the smash and destroy approach, whereas Tommy is going to be doing a flood the enemy with units.
I heard a screw you.
no, someone is up.
Oh, what was that, Brute? You cut out there.
I go first.
You can't put trees right up. You can't put like lakes and hills right up next to the. All terrain has to be 2 inches away from. Except for hills, which have a stacking. Yeah. Wait, no. Never mind.
Yeah, we were putting
Never
hills on
mind.
top of hills.
Never mind. Put it back. Put it back.
It's a spa, dang it.
And one thing too, just doing some quick mathematics here.
Non-infantry cover.
Setup. This is not what I was going for.
It looks, I'm not 100% sure on what Raymond's skills are right now, because his unit list at skill 4 comes up a little short of 200. So I'm guessing he's got a few skill 3 pilots in there.
Well, I think he was talking about dropping a skill 2 dire wolf at one point. So that could be what he's got.
Or in the way.
Oh my!
I don't know what's right. I like saying color.
Because if he dropped that dire wolf to skill 2,
Wait. Stop.
here I come, master unit list.
So that we're even, Steven. Probably should move all my.
All right, and that's Daishi Delta. And if we drop that to skill 2, that's 86 PV. Oh my god.
Dismount the battle armor.
Yeah, and then that would make up for the difference in the math that I'm looking at here.
Well, I've got some time before my opponent comes back. How are things going?
Things are going all right. How are you doing, Bloodbath?
We are rolling and having a great time.
And that's all that matters.
It's true. We have bags of swag, and we have way too many sweet lists of painted miniatures to look at. We've got some great artists, and we've got some great lists. So it's really inspiring to see some of these different combinations for combined arms as well.
I'm going to be real interested to see in the Tommy and Ray's match how the dire wolf does.
Yeah, those Hag 40s are really gonna do some damage. However, I think Tommy's got some massive speed as well.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
He's. I believe that's the same list Tommy ran against Raymond in Indy.
Yeah, it's a Battle Barn rematch, right?
Yes, it is.
With a few
So
improvements.
yeah, man. Raymond is really
Mr. Wolfen?
going all in on that Daishi. Holy cow!
mhm.
Huh. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's correct. That's the difference. Tommy got a paintbrush out and he started doing some really good learning.
He's got some good looking stuff out there. Did anyone discuss the idea of the challenge coin, where we could challenge something for their stuff on the spot?
Are you getting ready for your match?
I'm already ready.
We gotta wait for
We're waiting
Aaron.
for Aaron, and then we had to wait for Chris, and now we're ready to go.
Now we gotta wait. Oh, they already started.
What was that, Mario?
So what the heck? Aaron gets into the MCU, and now he can't be on time to play games.
He gets thirsty.
Yes, he does.
See you later.
Later.
All right. So, of course, Raymond is holding back that Daishi, figuring out, oh, the Daishi's not committing to anything. He's just going to sit back and watch. Oh, Mad Drop, I don't think he has access to the YouTube chat on the screen there, so that's why he missed it. But his Dominion list is doing fair.
I don't think he lose one. No, he lost against both the Kroll children.
Yeah, they have decent showing both ways, but ultimate losses. And Schism, yeah, coaches. Basically, there is a photo of a whiteboard with the word Krolls with a question mark written on it. So I have no idea. I don't follow the MCU on what is that, Disney Plus or whatever.
Yes,
on.
that would be it. That would be WandaVision. That was the new episode.
So I'm curious here if Raymond is just going to throw his other 4 units at Tommy's, and then just come in and play Street Sweeper with the Daishi, or what he's going to do here.
That's kind of what it looks like, isn't it? I mean, if you're going to clean up, the Dire Wolf could be pretty effective.
Right. When at a skill 2, because we do 2d6 per point of damage, you can split your fire, so he can he could literally wipe multiple units off the board in one go.
I appear to have lost.
Dire Wolf is going to shoot at the Wolfen. I've got just under 24 inches there. So skill 2, medium range. You're in woods, partial cover. 45 units down. I got 3 left. How many? Man. So I need 10s after all said and done. 7 more to go.
Man, yeah, I think Raymond may have found the anti-Tommy list here, because Tommy runs a lot of speed, but that Dire Wolf with a skill 2 is really going to kind of balance that out, which then makes total sense why the Daishi didn't move, because then you get your -1 to hit because you're stationary. So So basically, Raymond is running that Daishi as a turret with legs, a turret with really big guns with legs.
That was 2 damage. How much was the character? Was that your armor?
I still have 1 armor, 1 shot.
Okay.
All right, so after all that 9 damage, it looks like he landed 2. So the Wolfen still has some armor, but is also definitely hurting more than it was pretty much the entire last match.
Loaded 6. Your team in 3 is 9.
Absolutely, Raphael. You can't outrun a bullet, and that Daishi running all those hags, that's a lot of bullet.
2. I got 2. And that's rolling for motive, right? Or do you do that?
I was gonna roll for motive,
Okay.
but
Yeah, go for it. Nope. Because that was like a 5 to cover, right?
3 would be adding 1 for be a hover.
Oh, it's just 1?
So hovercraft is +1. So that would have been a 4.
Oh, Mr. Brute, you left and came back.
Yeah, I'm having some internet issues. I'm on my phone at the moment.
Oh man.
The vulture's going to laugh and try and shoot the wolf in.
Probably because it's snowing. Thought it
That
was
it-
maybe the live stream, but then the TV went out and everything else went out all, one by one. Yeah, I bet it's because it's snowing.
that Indiana snow.
Yes, big brute size snowflakes falling from the sky.
So still 4. Medium range, cover, and TMM. So I'm looking at 8.
Hopefully, I will be back up on my regular system here in a moment.
All right.
Just want to jump back on it.
2 hits. The flame bird. And my spread elementals are going to shoot the bandit too.
All right, and it looks like Raymond is doing the tactic that we discussed, Mr. Brute, and that is targeting the bandits when possible to try to strand the battle armor.
And that was my turn.
Well, he's got the firepower to stop them
Yeah.
and then clean up the battle armor as necessary.
And Andrew, yes, those are 3D printed bunkers. Those are designed by our very own Mr. Brute. And I think Andrew was able to print off a couple prototypes, so that's why there's only a couple of them. But yeah, we're going through iterations of those 3D bunkers because we realized that the templates work; they work fine, but they ruin the true line of sight. So we kind of realized we need to come up with some bunkers that are actual physical objects on the table, so that way we're not dealing in hypothetical level ones and that sort of thing as little as possible.
And I'm hoping eventually I'll be able to add additional 3D generated products to the field too. Just overall improve the visual aesthetic and to make more interesting gameplay. So want baby steps though. Excuse me.
Apparently, we're taking back turns now.
All right, so Raymond loaded up his battle armor, moved, and dumping the battle armor back off, and that's it's kind of a weird little I don't know what's the word I'm
Initiative
looking
save?
for. No, more of just an odd Alpha Strike rule glitch. Maybe not even a glitch, but there is never a drawback to unloading your battle armor every turn. The only exploit, there we go, Raphael, that might be a good word, because the way that loading and moving battle armor works is the battle armor pays 2 inches of movement to load on their turn. And well, no, I take that back. They pay 2 inches of movement to load on the transport's turn. So then you mount, the transporting unit moves, and then it costs 0 inches to dismount. So there's not a whole lot of the only drawback to it is our adjustment to the sprinting rules for the 350, because if you sprint you cannot do any other activity which includes dismounting or mounting battle armor or infantry. So the only time you'd ever not dismount them is if you're sprinting. Oh, and Tommy going hardcore straight for that middle bunker.
Still not.
All right. So I got a question about this. We got Tommy trying to load stuff in the bunker.
Oh yeah. Can one of those? Can only one of those?
Only one infantry can fit in the bunker.
So whoever takes up that hex spot is in there.
Okay. So the iron hole will be deployed to go.
Charles, I'm going to jump off here so I can get my internet figured out.
All right.
And then I will join you hopefully here in a few.
Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
One unit. And at the go-go, somebody put their battle armor in pennies.
Now, another question.
All right. So sounds like they're going over a rules question there. Because Tommy moved his transport right up to the door and unloaded his battle armor. And there is only room in the opening for 1 unit. So they're just clarifying that just because his second battle armor unit is in base-to-base contact with the first, that it isn't somehow also infiltrating the bunker. So you get a 1 unit that gets to infiltrate, but it is a line of sight, so you can fire with all of them. Oh, and that's right, Mad Drop. Keeping battle armor away from your mech is a very solid tactic. Just keep it on the other side of the board where you can hit it and it can't hit you back. Maybe, I guess. Alpha Strike range bands are a little unique in that, but looks like Tommy's debating if he wants to jump that wolf into, I would call it near certain doom, getting that close to the dire wolf, but
This is actually a perfect representation of where I would be. Because that peg is an inch tall.
oh, right. Yeah, and this is one of the those situations where having all of the additional units both opens and kind of becomes limiting because Tommy's got to be moving large numbers of units altogether. And Tommy is looking to do infiltration on a second bunker. This is only a couple turns in and he's already got units knocking at the doors. And Tommy is declaring that his battle armor in the bunker door is using the bandit as cover. That is one of the optional rules that we use in the 350 format. Being able to use non-infantry units as cover. I forget what page that is on, but basically it makes his battle armor real hard to hit from a distance. So Raymond might be able to maneuver that that Black Hawk into a position where he can see the battle armor while not looking through the hex of the bandit, which would give him clear line of sight. So Tommy would lose that bonus, but definitely a good way to avoid getting blasted to Kingdom Come by that Daishi. Oh, Raymond taking the short little stroll with his Black Hawk. Got to be raining a whole lot of pain down on the battle armor down there in that doorway, I have a feeling. Oh, Wolfen going hard, carrying some battle armor, ready to blast that Daishi in the back. It's going to take every bonus damage Tommy can get to get through all the armor that Daishi's got. So, got to start early if you're ever going to get through it.
Skill 2, medium range, plus 3 for the non-infantry gathering. I think 8 sevens.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 1 for eights.
You're right. You're doing the threes.
All right, so Raymond again putting that low skill Daishi to use, only needing 8s to hit the battle armor in the door.
Okay, 8. So that's 1 so far.
Got one out of that first roll, and
One more. So that's 3 damage.
3 damage out of all that.
The Nova is going to shoot the gnomes going into that bunker.
And that is against Tommy's gnomes. So Tommy, they are hanging on by one structure point, but that's all you need to be able to infiltrate. One lonely trooper making his way in.
Are you freaking kidding me? 2.
And looks like Raymond got a couple of damage on the gnomes in the other bunker door, but might be a case of not quite enough damage to prevent the infiltration. It's going to turn into defending that last bunker real quick here. And Raymond broke through the armor on that bandit, so now he's rolling for a crit. Tommy did a motive check there. His bandit maintains its movement profile for now, anyway.
All right, so bandit's not gonna fire. The iron hole.
And just like that, Raymond has shot all of his damage. Looks like Tommy has survived for now. It's going to be interesting how this all plays out. I would not be surprised if Raymond didn't just back his Daishi up into the opening of his last bunker there on the bottom of the screen and played None Shall Pass. All right, welcome back, Mr. Brute.
Yeah, it was just not visual yet, but working on it. There we go.
So all that you've missed, Mr. Brute, is Tommy planted his battle armor in the doors of the center and top objectives, and Ray did some serious damage to him, but not quite enough to knock either one of them out. So,
yeah, it looks like he's going to score himself 2 objective points.
Yep. All right, Tommy's needing some serious dice rolls here to get some damage put down. And he's rolling off screen so that way he can cheat. I'm just kidding. Oh
Yes.
man. Wow. That was some good rolling. He needed 10s and he got 2 damage on that Blackhawk. And this is where initiative order comes into play, because if Raymond had known that that Nova was going to be getting knocked off, he could have thrown all that overheat, which actually he may have done quite a bit of overheat damage already. So
Yeah. Hey, the bunker can take 20 damage. Is that right?
that's correct. And oh, so Tommy is looks like he's sending damage from the bandit and the battle armor that he has at the north bunker across to the south bunker, trying to knock it out.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Which is a pretty solid tactic because he's
Yeah.
got infiltrators that aren't dead. So
And getting past that line of death right there would be somewhat tricky.
mm-hmm.
The Wolfen's gonna attack the big guy because I can't see the bunker. I don't think.
Oh yeah, you can.
I can see the inside.
Yep.
Oh yeah, then I'll attack the bunker.
Yeah. Them and the Kage.
4.
And yep, and Tommy is foregoing the back shot on the Daishi in order to shoot into the bunker. He's really going all out here, trying to get all of the bunkers taken out before Raymond really gets much of a chance to react. This is where the kind of Tommy's blitzkrieg style, it pays off.
Yes, he's big and bun.
Well, not only that, but it also kind of offsets the TMM or the to hit penalties he incurs on himself for the jump, because then you have non-moving targets, so the bunker doors are pretty easy to hit.
Yeah, buildings are much easier to target.
And you see
I believe
the
they
Tommy.
received, what is it, a -4 for a building?
That's right. So Tommy currently, because during end phase, those 2 sets of gnome battle armor were in the door, so they are now moved into the bunker. They are technically off the board until the next end phase. So I'm curious how what Raymond's reaction is going to be here. I'm assuming he's just going to try to blast as much PV off the board as he can to score some points before his bunkers blow.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing he can do.
Okay, and I don't know if you guys at home can hear, but Raymond is doing the smart play. They're asking Tommy what the PV is of various units on the board, probably calculating how to get over, just to maximize the amount of damage he can do for the tournament scoring. Dire Wolf is not moving. Once again, getting that -1 on the to hits for it to throw its 9 damage. So Tommy loaded up his Kage armor there. Is now moving the bandit across the board. and then dismounting the battle armor. And then he dismounted on the backside of the bandit and again declared that they are using the bandit as non-infantry unit as cover.
Mm-hmm.
And since Raymond already declared the movement for the Daiichi, they'll be safe there. Because I don't think that Raymond's unit way up at the north end of the board is going to be able to do any flanking or anything like that.
What does Raymond have left now?
Oh, he has the Vulture and Elementals and the Dire Wolf. Jeez, Tommy is really making that a south end bunker. That's a very target-rich environment right there.
Yeah, it is. So what did he get? Okay, so the damage to the bunker in the last turn was, I believe, 9.
That sounds right.
And so he should have enough massed firepower to take it out.
Yeah, not even have to wait for the battle armor to infiltrate and destroy it.
Exactly. Unless he wanted to be fancy and attack, that would.
See, when that's where the scoring starts.
I don't think he has enough mass firepower to take out the dire wolf.
Right. Because if he could take out the dire wolf, he's already taken out the Blackhawk, which got him 41 PV. And if he could drop that Daiichi, that would get him another 80 something. Insane. So like for tournament scoring wise, it would be more beneficial to drop the Daiichi before dropping the other bunker. But like you said, that's going to take a lot of damage. No, and Tommy just did enough damage to take out the bunker. So it's an example of Tommy just going for the objectives rather than trying to game the system, which that's cool.
He's blown up one bunker with damage, and then 2 others have battle armor enough. Yeah. I'm very poorly equipped in order to do it this game.
So yeah, right now it's just going to be how much of PV can Raymond destroy before the end of the turn.
I'll go fire the flambers at. I'll let you decide. Can I see the vulture with the flamber?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6. Short and medium. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
All right, now it's looking like Raymond is getting through some. There's a critical somewhere in there. Tommy's still doing some firing here. Okay. Oh, he's firing the flambers. That's what's going on. Oh, 4 points to the vulture from the flambers. That's some pretty serious damage. So here, if Tommy can drop the vulture, that would net him another 33 PV for final scoring. So it looks like Tommy is going after the Daiichi for the huge number of PV and being a little more realistic and going after the vulture, trying to just pick up some extra points, while not nearly as many, probably more realistic to try to get.
All right. Well, my internet went out again, so I'm back on my phone.
Oh no.
That's okay. We'll survive. I don't have too much background noise, do I?
No, you cut in and out a little bit, but not
Okay.
at least on this point on Discord. You're sounding okay. Who knows what? But by the time it gets over to YouTube, so apparently YouTube is not liking us today.
Let's see. Well.
Oh, and that is game. They hit end phase and the bunker's blue. Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot that Raymond could do there. Once those battle armor get into the opening, it really cuts down on options on what you can do to try to defend yourself.
So how many turns does that take? Is that 3?
That was 3 turns.
Wow.
But Rampage is probably one of the specialties for Tommy's list. I think so.
Yes, I would agree. he does enjoy that kind of fight.
Yeah, and when I mean, as you saw in the last match, he had the exact same list on Capture the Flag, and it struggled, you know. So there's no one size solution for all problems, and Rampage with that list is where he fits the solution. Well, now all of our viewers on YouTube, I think you were right. Maybe we should have watched the siblings, because now we're going to be watching these guys clean up the board. And judging by the background noise I can hear, the other games are definitely going strong. So
probably will be for some time too.
Right. See, and I think what would be interesting is if these same lists, these same 200-point lists went up against each other in any other scenario, how that would go. Because I feel like that
would be interested. But I would still maintain that Tommy's list would do serious damage, just because of the sheer number of battle armor.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think kind of the drawback is Raymond had so many points wrapped up in that Daishi that that it didn't have enough turns to do enough. Because I mean, it threw 27 points of damage, but which is huge. But yeah, you can only throw it so many directions at once.
Yeah. And it's so slow.
Right. Yeah, it takes so many turns. I mean, when you're moving at was it 6 inches? Yep,
Yes.
6 inches. It's going to take a certain number of rounds just to be able to get into the middle of the fight. Which I mean, for Rampage, it looked like Raymond was doing the right thing and just parking it kind of in between his 3 bunkers. But when there's, what did Tommy have there? He had 2, 4, 6, 8.
He had 9 units versus Raymond's
9
5
units, right? I mean, and when you can see 6 units at the same time, it's you just can't spread that damage out enough to make it count. But, but I overheard Raymond say that, you know, that Rampage was not the scenario that his list excels at, and that's kind of the thing. You build your list to you can bet down hard on one game mode, or you can kind of hedge against everything else on every game mode. And like here, you see what happens when you have a specialized 200 point list goes up against something that isn't specialized for that same game mode.
Getting 3 points of PV.
Yeah, I wish I could have made it and played my played the 200 point unit that I had shared with you.
Oh
I think
yeah,
that would
that
have
would have
been
been
quite
interesting. Yep.
I mean, yeah, you don't get much more specialized than what I put together. So
No. Yeah, your rampage would be very interesting, especially against something like Tommy's, because when you have both sides attacking hard, makes it interesting.
yeah, going purely on the offense and
That's what I
Right.
yeah.
Who can take out the enemy bunkers first?
down to like ones or twos.
I feel like that's super solid.
And
You said
Raymond just made off with the whole playmat.
like your dire wolf. When you said you wanted to keep your dire wolf up, because that was the first one I looked at. I was like, oh man, you got a lot of points at the long range.
Yeah.
Maybe finding a better dire wolf that doesn't have as much at long range.
Okay. That's a solid thought.
How much?
So here we have a blank table. Thank you everybody for joining us to watch a blank table.
Because it's skill 2.
Yeah.
So it's pretty brutal.
Let's see.
Oh, I wonder if they're going to try to slide over the adjacent game so that way we can continue watching. Oh, that's what they're up to.
Oh, they are.
We have the carousel of games.
As both something to make.
Yeah, man. We should ask coach about making a setup that can be moved.
Because it is a threat.
We need a little monorail on the ceiling so we can move the camera as we go.
Right. Oh man. So now the question is, who are these people and what units do they have?
I don't know. I was trying to get on the internet.
Oh God, what are you doing? No. You're gonna screw everything up. Oh.
Your internet.
All right, so that's Bloodbath on the right.
Let me delete it.
If you don't see the rest of this game, Tommy screwed it up.
And on the left, I don't know who that is. That sounds like a coach. So all right, well, and I know that Bloodbath's Ghost Bear or Rasselhag Dominion. Not sure exactly the time era he plays in, but he's got at least one or two dragonflies that he probably is running in this list.
Hello?
Yes.
Can I hear you?
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd your game go?
Well, you guys saw it, didn't you?
Well, yeah.
Well, we were busy.
I saw some of it. My internet kept cutting in and out. I saw the finale.
You saw the finale.
Bloodbath getting real excited. Coach rolled snake eyes, it looks like. I'm not sure for
I
what.
think he just dropped his paratroopers on the ground. No, he dropped them in the rotor blades. Same thing. Oh, dropped them in the rotor blades.
He dropped them up.
He dropped his paratroopers in rotor blades.
Yeah, they insta-died.
How did they go up into the rotor blades?
Well, maybe they got caught in some wind or something and got.
They forgot to free fall before pulling their chutes, and the chute just shot right up, got sucked up into the rotors.
That sucks pretty bad. So did it take out his VTOL?
I don't know if it took his VTOL out, but I think Coach just said something about a Deadpool 2 scene where they landed in a wood chipper.
Yes.
So if you had bad connection during the beginning of the game, then you might have just missed the whole game. So.
+3.
All right.
Now that's Matt on the right, correct?
Matt,
Yeah, and coach on the left.
Matt's on the right. Coach is on the left.
Yeah, I thought I recognized the military watch on the right and the skinny little wrist on the left. One definitely looks like an office worker kind of hand. Wrist.
It doesn't say ignore body type. I played it, it's 3 + 1.
Oh, I got somebody. What'd you do?
I drew the critical.
Yep.
And then I drew this.
It's Insto Dedo. Yep. It
All
pretty much
right,
looks
so
shiny.
let's see here.
Yep.
And out of all of the participants, we are now watching a game of the two people who did not send me their lists. So
Sorry about that. Derek was telling me that he rolled boxcars on a mech and then rolled another boxcars for the critical.
Oh, dang.
Are you done? Did you lose yet?
Oh, I was reading the black guys different. I read your, yeah. I saw 5 and 3.
I got 4 bunkers and 2 engines.
What?
And a destroyer.
4 bunkers and how many turns?
I don't know.
I got 1 bunker, and he killed all of my mechs. So.
Is your dice are getting cooled down? That's good, because if I have to go against you, then you're.
I'm gonna see if I can.
all right, so yeah, so those of you at home, Coach has built a unit based around the idea of the 7th Commando, which includes some mechs. So since we haven't had any hard official inclusion or exclusion of mechs in the 7th Commando, I guess he can kind of do whatever he wants at this point.
He is a colonel.
Right. And then Bloodbath, yeah, definitely is running a couple of dragonflies, and not sure what else I can make out there. He generally runs some gnomes.
Well, it doesn't matter with the BA; they're already dead. Coach, let me see your list. Coach, let me see your list.
Wait, how do you spell cyclone?
C-Y-C-L-O-N-E.
Oh, come on! O-N.
C-Y-C-L-O-N-E. Cyclone.
I'm not sure what Bloodbath did, but he seems pretty excited by it.
Matt had a big whiff. One. He had one.
Ooh.
The ones with the mark that you're using? All right, so what Aaron has is a warrior attack helicopter, spec ops paratrooper, another spec ops paratrooper. I believe are both paratroopers dead?
Both paratroopers are dead.
Both paratroopers are dead. A Marauder 2C3, a Warhammer 2C3.
Is that one of the ones that Andrew piloted?
Yeah, it was the Marauder 2C and then a Marauder C, maybe? I don't know. Then he has
A Marauder 2C and a Marauder 2C.
I don't know how to change that list. You just click on it?
Oh no. What you were seeing, folks, is Tommy experimenting with a program he doesn't generally use. And I'm assuming that Marauder 2C is the one that you see at the very bottom edge of the map, facing up into the center. And then the Wolf and Sea is at the top of the map behind Matt's mech on the cliff there. Warhammer 2C is right under them, I'm assuming. And then the Hero Falcon is a home mod. So that's the one hiding behind the hill, right in the center of the screen to the left.
I mean, I lost 12 points of paratroopers. That's about it. On the VTOL?
Headshot by Burke.
No. Yeah, Bloodbath just landed his headshot.
Nice.
Twice today. Oh my goodness. Are you done shooting? Yes.
We already killed one by BA.
Oh no. One BA. We're gonna go here.
One BA or 2 infantry on it.
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s.
Ben ready.
Got 1 plus 2 in the rear, so 2 damage to the dragonfly.
Okay. The blue one? Okay.
Well, that's not moved.
He's got 1, 2. I believe in point.
That is.
All right, sorry folks. Took me a minute there. I'm just trying to get caught up on what everybody's got on their list here. So that Marauder 2C and the Warhammer 2C are both brawlers. Both do 7 damage at short, and Warhammer doing 7 at medium, and the Marauder 2C 6 at medium. Both have pretty solid armor. 7 or 8. They're very close, very similar units. Both move 8 inches for 1 TMM. So I'm assuming coach is going to be trying to get those in tight and do some drop some serious pain on Bloodbath's units in the middle there. And the Wolf and Sea is the 20-inch jump. 2 damage short, 2 damage medium, 1 overheat, and run stealth. We've seen that. Oh, I don't think we've seen this wolf, and we've seen the A and the B.
You saw mine when I was on those.
Here, there, same thing.
The Hero Falcon A and B was what we saw in the last one.
Oh, there we go.
No, I have a Wolf and C in my list.
Okay, yeah, that was yeah. Tommy did have the Wolf and C. So, then we got yeah. So he's got the real fast mover in the Wolfen, and then yeah, a couple big sluggers in the Marauder 2C and the Warhammer 2C. A little confused why he has his Marauder so far out on the side there, but we missed the first round because we were watching Tommy's fight. So it is what it is.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. I got 32 minutes. 2. You know what I said? I thought you said 13. I'm sorry.
No, he said okay.
2 here.
All of that damage rolled and only was able to land with a couple.
Brand new Spencer stealthy armor gun.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 to hit the building.
Matt, what units do you got?
This is a stand-up fight, not a rampage game. You know what happened? You should. Okay, so
And coach kind of doing a similar tactic as Tommy did prior. He's going after the bunker at long range, just trying to do some damage there.
What happens when you hit shot in the head? How much you do? You keep going and go give me another win. You think you did that right? She only got 19 points.
Yeah, I just failed.
She's kind of dumb. So. You got 2 more rounds to go. What are you talking about?
Quiet. I play quiet. Just in it.
You can't have the greatest comeback if you're not way down, way far behind.
That's all they're on ice for.
I need this.
Yeah.
I can do this.
Reroll.
Oh, 6? Really?
There we go.
There you go.
All right.
That's not.
I was gonna say Tommy's. That's not your list. Here. I just wanna. I was gonna say he's gonna be. A little bit red.
All right, so viewers at home, getting my list put together here for Bloodbath. So Bloodbath's Marauder 2C is a much more balanced damage profile than Coach's at 443. The thing that makes it different is it has jump of 12, where most Marauder 2Cs don't have any. So Bloodbath is also rocking a Stooping Hawk that has 16 jump and 4/4 damage. 440, I should nothing at long range, and 2 overheat. And then the 2 dragonflies, of course, jump 16, do 4 damage short, 3 damage medium. Those are almost clones of each other. And he is also running the rogue bear battle armor, which if you are into playing Ghost Bear in Alpha Strike, check that out. They're pretty cool because they run stealth and LMAS for light mimetic armor. So they are hard to hit, whether if they're moving or standing still.
Matt, you got any flack over there? Oh. It's not the one that's back facing him right now?
By chance, you're correct.
I remember one match going against Coach, and he was like, "Oh, that has flack." I was like, "Yeah, it has flack." Oh, and it's skill 3. He's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have moved there then." Rolling 11 at a VTOL motive lands him, or pretty much nails it to the ground.
All right, so Bloodbath loading his battle armor back up. So I'm wondering where he's going to go with those. He's got 16 inches of jump, so he could go about anywhere.
It was on yourself, but I would still had to roll to attack anyway. But so I missed the. So just treat it as me hitting those. It would have been an 8, right?
Hey, White, you want to do me a favor?
They're at 6
Go upstairs
skill.
into the kitchen and
6,
give me a
7,
monster.
8.
Thank you.
Battle armor. Did you make the roll? I never made an 8 roll, so don't worry about it. Yeah, there's 6 skills, so we can change them. They're not supposed to shoot. Let's just say.
All right. Sounds like Coach is realizing that he screwed up.
Your move.
Yep. Coach screwed up. Coach is not right. He's wrong.
So the way this game is going is Coach is leading the fight, and I'm having to defend and chase.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Coach is coming pretty hard towards the south bunker there, one that he damaged last round. So, all right, Bloodbath doing kind of the predictable move there that I don't blame him for, pushing his battle armor into the doorway. Really kind of puts the onus on Coach then to eliminate them before they can infiltrate and destroy the bunker.
I would rather just have you put do the 2 because it depends on what range I shoot you at, you know? Yes, because they're always going to get a cannon and the battle armor.
You gonna use non-infantry cover? Sorry. My name's not Coach. I was just missed opportunity. Yep. I agree.
All right, looks like Coach is contemplating how far he wants to waddle his Marauder into the battle here. Oh, and he's realizing he needs to waddle it in pretty far in order to get line of sight on those rogue bears that are ready to infiltrate. So it might be a case of not enough. All right, he brought in his Hero Falcon. It's looking like Bloodbath still has to move his Stooping Hawks, so that thing with 16 jump is going to be able to go about, go about anywhere.
I'm gonna slow clap that.
Be curious to see if he's going to pile up on one of the other bunkers and just start trying to pick it off. That's one of the interesting things when it comes to Rampage is you definitely get a attacker defender feel pretty quickly, because if both sides just decide to attack, it kind of just all comes down to dice at that point.
Losing that Warhammer 2C really sucked. All you needed to do was sit there for one more turn.
Coach is crying over here about his Warhammer 2C being dead.
When a bunker is destroyed, it's still a level 1, yes? It's gone. It is removed from the map.
You are wrong.
All right, so got one Dragonfly.
Is it a mad world?
Yeah, Coach is kind of facing a tough decision here. Either he pushes into the middle trying to do some damage, or he retreats back to his bunkers and starts playing hard defense to keep the faster, more nimble units that Bloodbath has out of his bunkers. Because in another turn, Bloodbath's rogue bears are going to be back on the table and ready to attack the next target, provided they survive. I think Coach is going to have a line of sight on them from the Hero Falcons, so always that option. I just know those rogue bears are hard to hit, so. Yep. And as we were talking, it looks like Bloodbath is going for the pile up on the bunker here,
The pile up on the bunker.
forcing coach to make the decision. Either he goes all out on Bloodbath's bunkers before he loses his, or come back and defend.
What was the answer to that question?
He said, does ECM break stealth? It's like, no.
It'd be nice.
Call it on the line. Like halfway on. That's halfway.
What's the time?
That was my intent to be like right in the doorway.
All right. Coach is doing some quick measurements. It might pay off to for him to try to get behind one of those dragonflies, but he also knows that if he does that, then he's thinking ahead to the next move, and the Stooping Hawk's going to be right on top of him. So tough call when you got those fast movers that don't have a whole lot of durability.
Somebody was saying it's 10 and a half minutes left.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
All right, looks like coach is trying to figure out how he can get his Wolfen down there while, because if you can do it on foot, that's the better swing in points for you.
Who brought the 200?
He because he gets the +4 TMM and doesn't incur a penalty, whereas if he jumps, then he gets a +4. He causes the opponent to have a +5 and takes a +3 himself. So not as big of a swing in difficulties there. So good on coach making a smart play there.
So you can pick a spot along the flight path of the VTOL. Okay. And then you say, they're going to drop here. Okay. And then you place them there. You have to roll a 5 or better. If they do roll a 5 or better, they're placed there and you put a +3 next to them. They don't have a TMN,
Yeah.
but they have a +3 to hit.
Okay. Is it a,
If they fail, they scatter, and then the margin from the 5 to whatever you roll, that's how much damage they take. So when you roll a 2,
yeah.
they die.
Okay.
You move?
All right. Looks like the only unit left to move is the Stooping Hawk. So
Yes. But technically they don't because it's all barely.
Let me see. You guys got your ticket picture?
They will not have.
All right, I got it.
That guy can go wherever he wants. He's free.
and immediately he's looking at if he can jump behind the Wolfen. It's going to be close, it looks like.
So they can't just dismount in the air like a jump back cable platform?
No. That's what the para.
Because I have those included in a different list. So I was kidding.
As far as I read it, the para allows them to jump out.
Yeah.
But even dismounting jump cable max, it's still a scatter effect, I think.
Oh, and Bloodbath is going for the low hanging fruit there. He's got the Hero Falcon square in his sights. And with that Stooping Hawk, we'll see if he decides to overheat or not. Oh, Marauder 2C getting into the action here. Like I said, the thing's a pretty big slugger, so he wants to get in close. And now we're getting around to the fire phase here. This you can kind of tell the tempo difference between the last match and this one.
That's it happens. Is this ours? Did you print out?
No, you have to pick one of those and you have to fill it out.
Okay.
All right. I'm not sure what the misunderstanding is here. Somebody start shooting. There we go. Looks like Bloodbath shooting into the hero fucking. Apparently doing one overheat. He rolled 5 pairs. And because he got one of the damage on the back, that means he got a bonus damage. So on a Hero Falcon, 4 damage is quite a bit.
Oh, you beat him by so much.
And apparently, Cyclone doesn't do interviews, but she does talk next to the microphone. So.
No, I don't know if Zena is playing anymore. You want Sarah to come pick you up?
I don't know, sure.
She says, I don't know, sure.
I'm tired.
Are you gonna go sit in the hot tub?
Sure.
Here, you talk.
Okay.
Oh, it sounds like Cyclone's blown herself out here.
That could happen.
Yeah. So the thing about Cyclones, they're fierce for a while, but then they get tired.
Yes, they are. Wait, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna sit in hot tub. No,
All right. Well, welcome back, Mr. Brute. Have you fixed the entire worldwide interwebs?
Close. But I have found out that Frontier will let me down if given a chance. So.
Well, you haven't missed a whole lot.
I see that it's still going. Tommy would have beaten them twice by now.
Right?
It's like they're not sure what to do.
Right.
I'm not playing another round.
And their names are on the first page of the rule book. You kind of think they'd know what they're doing, but
Dad, I'm not playing another round. Sarah's gonna come pick me up soon.
Maybe.
but it's okay that I can throw shade. I'm 1,000 miles away, so I can I can say whatever I want.
Oh.
And
who are we? I'm Mario, Mr. Brute. I met you. Yes, I have terrible dice. I was there when we gave you the name Cyclone. There's a lot worse names.
Yeah, they could have called you Mr. Brute.
I got that name for my wife. So apparently I can't go through the house without breaking stuff. She's got there's a picture of me on Facebook holding the door to.
Who's Charles? I don't think I've Charles Gideon. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, you've never met me.
He's a big deal.
I'm such a big deal. In very small circles, I'm a big deal.
You know, if you came to more Tuesday nights, you could be an even bigger deal.
I don't know if I could handle it. Tuesday night fights are a lot of fun but man, they are very stimulating, and I can only handle so much stimulating.
Quitter.
Yeah, did you not realize that? Stupid.
Bloodbath keeps moving the bunker, slowly edging closer and closer to the edge of the map. I figure by the time it gets down to one hit point, it's going to be off the map.
Treating it like a flag.
Right. Every time you hit it, it gets a little further away. So. All right. Now, Coach rolling a lot of dice and looking real disappointed with his hands.
It's probably not the first time.
And he was doing damage to that dragonfly, and it went pop.
Yes.
All right, and then we were looking at End of Fire. Feel like there was a lot of flash and bang, and not a whole lot going on there.
Sound and fury, but no death.
Right. How many minutes are left in this round? That's what I want to know.
10 minutes. Wait, Dad, there's 10 minutes left, right? Yep. 8 minutes left. Sorry, there's 8 minutes left.
7.
It was 10 minutes 15 minutes ago.
This is like a dance fight.
Right. I feel like this is like earlier I was talking about in Rampage, one side becoming defender, one becoming attacker, just kind of by default. I feel like this is what happens when both sides aren't sure if they want to be the attacker, which doesn't force the other guy to be the defender.
It's like a passive aggressive defense.
Oh man, this is pure Midwestern right here. Just waiting for one of them to say, "Oh, let me sneak right past you here." Coach learning new things about his list. Trying to figure out if that's Matt's Sylph battle armor down there at that bunker, or if that's
did he take the Sylph?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Can't jump out of water.
We've gone over this.
Bloodbath trying to use his Dragonfly's jump jets. He kicks them on and they just chug out water. So water's a tricky thing. It's kind of a one-way trip.
Yeah, it's fun to get into the water. It's hell to get out.
Yeah, You're absolutely right, Will. Best defense is good offense. He can force the initiative on the other guy. That's the way I like to think too.
What if you're both playing defensive?
Then we leave it to the dice gods. Oh, so that is not the Sylph battle armor because Coach just moved it. So that's the warrior. Coach is still trying to figure out how to work VTOLs.
Pull back on the stick.
Up
Yeah.
RPMs. That's just up RPMs.
What you want is the rotor speed to go a little faster. Then you pull up on the collective and you push forward just a little on the cyclic, and then you kind of got something going there. And you got to use your feet pedals because if you don't, well, bad things happen.
Yeah, flying a helicopter. It's like being a drummer. It's like a whole body thing.
And I agree with them. And then when you're flying for Coach, you got somebody second guessing every move you make.
Right.
What are they doing?
So everybody watching, learn from Coach. Go through the rules, understand how all of your units work before you get to the game table. Because at the game table is not the time you want to be learning about rules that pertain to your units.
Yes. Don't be that guy.
Shouldn't the game be done by now? I feel like it's been more than 10 minutes.
Cyclone speaks what we're all thinking.
She does. I mean, my internet went out. I tried to get it to work. I sat in a hot tub for 20 minutes. I came back in. It was back on. So it is taking forever.
And they haven't taken out a bunker? Is that
possible? They haven't killed the bunker either. Either of them haven't killed one.
No.
What
is going on here?
When I played Matt, he had 2 bunkers down before I was even trying to assault one.
And no, Mad Drop. You can definitely go learn from other people.
Oh dear. I believe I lost my internet again. Well, everything locked up.
Oh man.
I didn't tell.
Oh, and there goes Mr. Brute. Indiana Snow versus Indiana Internet. Indiana Snow wins every time. Now feeling the time pressure, Bloodbath is making decisions. He's making moves. He's doing things.
God, this is annoying. Let's come back.
What are we not telling you? Mad Drop?
Oh, I lost internet again. Did anybody die?
No. Bloodbath made some moves. He's piling up on a bunker. And Coach is defending the other bunker. You can always identify the pokey table at the tournament when you hear everybody else's voice standing around the table talking.
Okay, so
Hmm.
VTOL number 1, 4 or better. Nope. VTOL number 2, 4 or better. Nope.
Do you even play
Done
this game?
shooting.
So VA before it dies.
For 2 points.
You guys are so
Because my
wrong.
stupid VTOLs can't roll a 4 or better.
Just drop 2 points off. Time's up.
Time's done. Stop playing, please.
No.
Cyclone is brutal.
We keep going through the round. Yes.
Finish the round.
What he said.
Tournament at Gen Con, it has to be a hard stop.
What he said.
Otherwise, nobody does a hard stop. Matt, keep going. Forget that. That's a dumb rule.
I don't know how you're gonna stay on time, Aaron.
Yes, golems are good in Alpha Strike for 350. We kind of we touched on that in one of the earlier matches. Mad Drop. They do solid damage and are economical. So that's why they're pretty popular in the 350 list that you see on here. I mean, they aren't necessarily all that in a bag of potato chips, but for their cost, they do solid short range damage.
Stupid VTOLs! I'm gonna shoot this guy with flash. Oh yeah, blow his ass up.
This game is taking forever.
And Bloodbath just going for some quick points here. Wipe out some VTOLs, collect his MOV, move on with his day.
Yep. Well, the 5 is what you have to add.
Yeah, and there are a lot of gnomes. I've noticed that as well. I mean, I think they're all right. They're not terribly flexible. They're definitely a defense type unit.
You got one. You got one in there. Ghost bears.
Oh well, no wonder why nobody's dying. That they're giving each other free passes on the dice. Bloodbath just did some damage and didn't enforce it there.
What kind of crap is that?
Absolutely, Mad Drop. Yeah, they're definitely a take and hold. Drop them off on an objective, and call it a day. They're not going to get too far on their own. So, all right, and that is the end of round 3. That was kind of a twofer round. We watched Tommy and Raymond, and then finished up here with Coach and Bloodbath. So,
I got every 15 points of damage, right?
Wait, Dad. How many more rounds are you guys playing?
An objective point.
Father.
So then it comes to MOV.
You're not. Okay.
No, it goes to most points done. So you won.
For the points for the bunkers.
Yeah. You won the game, but we didn't get any objective points.
In a lot of ways,
You got 12.
I'd almost award it to Derek because he destroyed more with less. That's what I was thinking as well.
Excuse me.
All right, break it.
it looks like Matt won that round
Just listening to him talk.
by
Yeah.
doing more
You know
damage.
they can hear you. Okay. Oh my goodness.
All right, Coach, are you there? Can you hear
Matt was
me?
Winner. 0 objective points. What'd you have left over, Matt? Well, let me count what I had left over. Okay, so we're still at 200 minus 49 minus dead. Ooh, no, he's still alive. Nope, he's back. 4.
No, so Will saying my overheat and hack strategy wouldn't work against you. I'm assuming you bring a lot of heat to the board.
What's that show? Get out of my seat. 12 Monkeys. That's what it is. So you had 112. What'd you have on the board left?
All right. Looks like they're getting their final scores computed. And then we will, I'm sure, get an update from Coach on the screen.
I just killed like all the little stuff. Isn't my wife coming to
All
pick you
right.
up or something like that?
She said something like 30 minutes to an hour.
Oh, nobody's put in any of the stuff. Here, let's give him a show here. Let's go to intermission.
All right. We're getting a score update just because you asked for it, Mad Drop.
So, Coach 0, 78, Matt 0.
Maybe
Two.
for Premier League, we have a automatic stop right there, but for
Just have to schedule 2 hours per game. We went like 5 or 6 minutes over our 80 minutes. It's been 10 minutes since end of game. Nah. Yes, Aaron. It has been 10 minutes past end of game. Okay, well, we always factor in that much time for end of game. Who won this? Who won? Oh, Derek won it. Are you guys not having fun? Is this a? are you guys?
So Derek and Chris both tabled each other? That's really confusing.
Andrew got spanked.
Oh, Rorschach versus Andrew. We got a clear lead now. The number 1 and number 2 in the standings are that got shifted. Looks like Wyatt now overtaking Andrew for second spot. Oh man, yeah. So we got Rorschach with 12 objective points, Wyatt with 10, and they're both tied at a score of 3. So that is could get interesting there between first and second.
What? Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. Something fucking died in there.
All right. So I think we will do another quick intermission here while we get the next round all sorted out. I'll be back in just a few.
Whoever it was good work. Walking around with your chest out, that's all. Take your box and that kind of stuff home. I want you to take the box and not the meds. I'll take care of the box.
disagree with the player. I don't think Coach did this right.
Why, did he cheat himself?
I only got a score of 1, and I beat Derek and I beat Raymond. So how's that possible? Or unless it's not updated.
It's not updated.
It's not updated yet.
But this was the 3rd round, right?
Yeah.
He must not have saved or ended the round or something. How many wins does Marv have?
Marv has a score of 3 with 12 objectives, which sounds like he had won 3 times and scored 4 points per.
How many objectives do I have?
You have won 3 games, right?
Yeah.
And you scored 10 objectives. But it says I have 1 score and only 5 objectives. I disagree.
I don't think we're
entered.
Tommy is 1 in.
1 and 5, and I've won twice already, and I've
Lost
scored.
We'll just go through the rounds here. Round 2. Is that your score here? 4 to 73?
Yep.
Okay, so round 2. Tommy
Lost.
Round 1. Tommy wins 4 to
1.
4 to 1. Yep.
So Tommy is 2.
Oh, it wasn't updated.
and
That's
9.
what it was. Gotcha. It just.
So we
wasn't
want to take a break then?
Yes!
Okay. Let's generate next round.
Yay! Me and Marv.
Oh boy.
And
Somebody's gonna get taken to the Rorschach woodshed.
And we're also playing domination.
It's a place.
Hey, Andrew, stay right there. I'll go to you.
I tell you what, let me go on there and tell Charles and whoever else is, we're gonna take like a.
Matt, you're playing against
Are we
Derek.
still gonna go 5 rounds or 4 rounds?
Matt, you're playing against Derek.
Oh, and we're gonna have a drop.
Z, you're playing against Chris.
Because right now, 4 rounds would determine the winner.
Someone needs.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone needs a bye. Someone needs a bye.
You'd rather play and then just go? Okay. All right. We'll do that.
Then we don't feel like we have to rush back in.
Sure.
So then we can sit and drink, bullshit.
Oh, wait.
Aaron, you gotta have someone have a bye.
Have you played Tommy?
Z's not playing.
Oh, that's right.
You play Tommy then, because you drove.
Have Derek have a bye.
Derek, you want to buy, buddy? You want to buy?
You want to play another game?
You do want to play again? Okay.
I'm sitting up. Andrew's sitting up.
Andrew's sitting out.
Chris has got
Dude, you're in 3rd place.
Chris has a bye. My daughter left.
Oh,
Chris
Chris.
is going to play in my spot. Because he drove. I want him to play.
Where am I playing live? For him?
Yeah.
It's championship game. Got to have you guys on the stream.
Let's go.
Do you know what this proves? Since Wyatt's on the stream, you don't have to be photogenic to be on the stream. So just so I explain it to Wyatt, because you know he's Wyatt. You're ugly. You're ugly.
I think so. There you go, bud.
Game is domination.
That is accurate.
Nation.
Hard work. Hard work. You sure can. I have an extra black dye if there's somebody who needs black dye.
Is this on the street? Yes, it is. Okay. Did my wife come pick up Z?
No.
Still hasn't gotten her yet?
Do you remember what domination is? Is he still here then?
She went upstairs.
It's kind of like domination's gonna be it's like capturing points. That's right.
down there? It's not morning, bud. Definitely not morning. Are you gonna come pick up Z?
Yes.
Oh.
I'll bring her back. I'll run her back.
Dad.
Well, Aaron's on the phone with her right now. I'll run you back to the house.
She's coming to get her like in 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
All right, everybody, I'm back.
Oh, Wyatt's in the championship game.
Wyatt versus Rorschach. That's going to be an interesting matchup. One and two. And yeah, Mad Drop, you're right. Andrew's trying to work on his Solar 7 stable.
I want to listen to them again. Why? No idea. You just know.
All right, so are we putting Rorschach versus Wyatt on the main table here? I guess I'm talking to myself.
Oh yeah.
Wyatt, imagine you lose this game.
So I have to.
I'm so happy to see it.
What's the one? I have to collect 4.
Always have to. Both of us. Well, here's it is.
A running point total.
Correct. So you score 1 if you're on it.
I didn't even have on my birthday.
Do. Thank you for everybody who's following the stream. Imagine we're probably playing in the background at a lot of people's homes right now. That's awesome.
What? What do I have to do?
Like I want to laugh, but at the same time. Oh, look at all that flak bait.
So for everybody out there, just sounds like we're getting things situated for the final round. Which means everybody has to give Coach a hard time.
Oh, Mario left. Oh, I never noticed.
Yeah, apparently Cyclone has wreaked her havoc and is deciding to hang up her minis for the day. Cyclone, are you the only one listening to me right now?
Yeah, pretty much, I think.
I hope everybody on YouTube can hear you.
Maybe. I don't know.
So, Cyclone, what is it like knowing that you are a Alpha Strike fan favorite? It's weird. People just appreciate aggressive play style.
I'm not that aggressive playing.
I don't need to roll to see if my paratroopers scatter because it has a paratrooper ability. How do we know that?
No, so what it sounds like is they're still trying to figure out how Coach messed up his infantry deployment. So we might be listening for a little bit here.
You have basically played the same list now, three rounds?
Yeah.
4 rounds? Have you played the
Three.
same list the whole time?
Nope. First round I played something different.
So yeah, we're coming up on the 5th round here, and the only scenario we haven't done is Conquest. So, oh no, we haven't done King of the Hill either.
Wait, Dad, this is the 4th round, not the 5th, right? Yeah, this is the 4th round, not the 5th round.
And this is 4th round.
Yes.
It's funny how your Coca-Cola looks a lot like my Budweiser there, Wyatt.
Not Battlefield, the first round.
Say again?
Played at the Battlefield in the first round.
Oh, that's a decent match.
Hey Cyclone, can you switch us over back to the table view?
I don't know how to.
All right.
Coach! Where'd he go?
Nobody else is using those.
Hey. Dad, do you know how to switch us over to the table view? The table view thing. Do you know how to switch it over? I don't know how to. Coach! How do you switch it over to the table view? It's not showing the table view. I want to see it. I don't know how to.
We'll go over to studio mode. And we'll get the scene and then. Ooh, sexy. No, we gotta type in their lists. Now we'll do that in a second.
Alright, do I have to move?
Get out of the way.
Yeah, I have to move. Alright.
All right. All right, starting to see a little action here.
Sorry, Alex standing in for Warriors.
Yeah. Andrew was nice enough to give me some Warriors. Derek King was out.
All right, so domination, not conquest, domination. So in this game mode, there are 5 objective points. The objective is to try to flip 4 of them to your side. When you have a unit uncontested in the objective space, it flips to your color.
Marv, you've got your Night Gyre, what, A?
Hero Falcon, A and B.
Hold on.
So it looks like we missed the
Spell that SARS
table
out.
setup.
Just give me the card so I can figure out how to spell the damn thing. Thank you. Gnome.
Two gnomes. Pulse laser.
AP Goss. I need your cards. I need to know what your cards are. Which list? That one?
Mark, do you think you're gonna win?
Who knows?
All right, so it looks like we got our list updated there. Marv is running. Well, we're very familiar with that list. It looks like the same thing he ran against. Um, oh, who did he run that against? Trying to keep it all straight anymore. It's the same list he ran earlier. We'll just leave it at that. And then Wyatt, all new list here. So he's running a Warhammer 2C3. And that thing is a brawler as well. That's a 770, 8-inch movement. Brings with the special of energy, which means it's immune to ammo explosions because it doesn't have any ammo. And it looks like it's got 8 armor and 6 structure, so that thing can definitely take a beating. Wolverine is the Wolverine 8K 441 for damage, does 10 jump, and it's got 6-3 for armor structure and case for special. That's a real nice solid medium mech there. His spider is the Spider 8XR. So if you've seen any of the previous streams of games, you know that Coach has run this multiple times. It jumps 20, moves on the ground 16, 220 for damage, 3 armor, 1 structure, energy, melee, and jump strong 1 for specials. So that melee means you can get the same amount of damage as you would get at short range. The Tufanas, I'm thinking I'm saying that right. Those are 220 hover vehicles. They move at 22 inches.
That's not 2 inches away from that bunker. That domination point in the center, the hill is not 2 inches away.
And then Marauder Battle Armor. That's also been pretty popular on the stream before. 330 for damage, 1 armor, and 2 structure, and moves a blistering 2 inches on foot. So we definitely know what those Tufanas are for. Except those Tufanas do not have infantry transport. Never mind, I take it back. The Marauder Battle Armor does have the special of X-Mech, however, so they can mount onto anything. They don't need an Omni. So I'm guessing that they still are probably going to get loaded on those Tufanas. It just takes away a couple inches of movement from the Tufana, so it just knocks it down to 20 inches instead of 22. So that's still some very solid movement. All right. Got some initiative rolls going on here.
Are we ready? Should we start timer? Timer started. 70 minutes.
All right. And the game starts now.
You guys hear me? Oh, yeah.
All right. Marv leading off with the Night Gyre again. Just putting it right in the middle.
Correct. Right.
Marv, always the tactician, already looking at what he's going to do for the next turn.
So you're saying you found a reason to use those I found a reason to use my X-Wing dice. They never did me good in the game.
And we can see Wyatt there getting his.
Raymond just figured that I'm gonna put my Huey.
I'm assuming that's his Warhammer there. Kind of see a difference in strategy. Looks like Marv is loading up his left flank. Yeah, there he goes, loading up his left flank. Whereas Wyatt is more spreading out to make sure he can cover his kind of the objectives on his side. Make sure that he gets into those quickly, flips them to his side. All units are placed, and now we're looking at movement. Oh, you know, I do believe that's the Wolverine there at the bottom.
So your red, your black is German.
Hello.
I can move.
Sarah just left with Z. No. Sarah just left with Z.
Because that's his team.
That's why I was asking.
He only uses one color dice, so you're just gonna have to get used to it.
Wyatt, you aren't using red dice for jumping?
He is. He walked it.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why
I thought it was a team of three.
Sorry.
So, like, good. Just go for it.
Wyatt's playing a championship game. Yeah.
All right, and there's Marv dedicating his night gyre to the to his right flank. Could be a little deception going on here because the rest of Marv's units have tons of movement that they can definitely swing over and reinforce that right side if he so desires.
Oh, that's right, I did. Yeah. We don't even need to roll. Yeah.
All right, looks like Marv's going to bypass his close objective there. He's just getting right up into the trees, hauling along his battle armor, and sets down a die to signify that the battle armor are dismounted. Wyatt is loading up his right flank match against Rorschach. Pretty solid so far. We'll see if Rorschach keeps loading up that side, build the pressure. Oh, yep. Decided to pull back and focus on collecting that objective point. Because what happens a lot of times in domination is the two sides will take the two objectives on their kind of side of the board, and then it turns into a big brawl in the middle. But looks like right now Rorschach is using his speed to try to take the work his left flank. So it's going to be interesting how this plays out. That Night Jagger is kind of hanging out by itself up there. And Wyatt is really loading up that flank. So that's the spider there. Now that it's closer, I get a little bit better view. So he's got his light, medium, and vehicles all on the vehicle and battle armor on the south point. One Tufana hovercraft with Marauder battle armor in the middle, and his Warhammer 2C at the north end. Interesting that both guys took their heavies and sent them to the far end of the map.
It's only so much like, the fuck are you talking about? That can happen.
Oh man, that's special.
That was great. Non-infantry cover. Just when you shoot through the bandits or anything.
So I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. In this game mode domination, if a player is able to take 4 objectives and like at the end phase they hold 4 objectives, they win. Um, so it can definitely turn into a game of defending the objectives you've already taken, or pretty popular thing is dropping off battle armor when you would take an objective, just so that way the enemy can't flip it over next turn.
Oh yeah, and I guess the centaur has to move too.
All right, so we got
Yeah,
both
sorry.
players taking the objective on the close side, and it's going to turn into a brawl over the middle one.
Alright, Turkina's going after your executioner. 4, 8, 9, 10.
4, 6, 10.
Gargoyle? Is it a gargoyle?
Yeah, 10.
What are you shooting at?
Your tank. Throwing the one on.
Well, you didn't specify. You just 4, 6, 10. It could be either one.
All right, so that Warhammer 2C going medium range at the vehicle, it looks like, in the center of the map.
How do I use my big meat stick in this? And I'm like, I don't have a
It's a lot of dice and got 1 damage out of it.
The wolfman will also go after your gargoyle.
5 is nothing.
So 4, 10.
And no motive hit on that Svantavit.
That's it?
Motive.
All right. So how far away are we? Well over medium range.
And this is a case where just 1 point of damage can make a pretty big difference, because the Svantavit is only 2 armor, 2 structure.
6, 7.
I can almost use a meatball.
Which one are you looking at?
All right. So the soldier's gonna shoot yours.
9, 10.
Your marauder.
2 for cover.
Who's your
Long range on, long range low.
Yeah.
7,
So that's
9,
4 plus 4 plus 1 maybe 9.
11.
Okay.
Good damage.
So which one is this?
All right, it looks like Wyatt is skipping shooting at the Hero Falcon because it jumped for a TMM of +5. Is now going after the battle armor instead, which pretty solid move.
Can the gremlin shoot? That'd be nice. Gremlin can shoot at long range. He sure does. It's not very.
Because if you can take out that gnome before it gets into short range, that would be ideal.
Basically 7s for everything.
3 plus cover plus long range. He's 8.
Because it doesn't change, all your numbers
He
are the
doesn't
same
hit.
if you're on all fours.
3, 7, 8.
Yep.
You don't cut coverage for you.
All right, he's got 1 damage on the gnome.
Yeah, he does.
Again, gnomes also are 2 armor, 2 structure, so he's got a quarter of that unit already destroyed. Missed on that one.
5 plus 1 plus 2.
Now with the Wolverine.
Doesn't matter anyway. The other side is the same thing. 2.
He rolls 3.
Gotcha.
But you rolled 4 on the
I did.
I rolled.
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah.
I rolled.
Okay, all right. So,
That's why I said it doesn't matter because I already used the punch.
I kind of like that combining the dice.
oh no, it's not. Sorry.
We are. So the hippogriffs are going to shoot. They're 4 plus jump 6. They're in wood 7.
All right, now it looks like White's trying to figure out what he wants to do in the middle of the board there. If he wants to go after the battle armor or go after the transport.
What's that? Nova has no sight. All right,
seriously, those dice, fucking everybody's bitched. It's dead. I know what you're rolling.
And the colonel's Tufan is equal for EA, so that is 5.
And we're looking at now having throwing some damage for the battle armor. So he's spreading a little damage around. Looks like he did a fair amount of damage to the transport and a couple of the different gnome points. So now it's Roshak's turn to try to retaliate. Be throwing some damage with the Hero Falcon.
Three more from the B.
I mean, depending on where he wants to spot.
Oh, that's all that. Sorry.
Yeah, but he's only
Ignore
1 inch off the ground.
Ignore that. Ignore
Yeah, he's
that.
right where he is.
It's physical.
That's 1 inch off the ground. Because
The elementals are the only ones that do physical.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
That's I was rolling
He's
and I
occupying the next
mixed
inch.
up the elementals to the battle armor.
But I don't know.
So
You know what? I'm gonna first perform the shot.
because that's a lot of
Let's throw a lot of dice out there.
that's a lot of drift.
That's a lot of drift.
That's a crit.
That's 4 points.
Yeah.
You just marked 2.
Looks like he's throwing the damage at the Tufana, I believe.
That was from your gnomes?
Yeah. No, not from the gnomes, from the elemental.
They do 4 damage?
Oh, it's 2. Fuck, sorry. They do 2. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm like, I don't think so, Scooter.
Fire control on that. That will be the next the intense.
My little fast bastards.
So 1.
1,
So
2.
one more. So that.
He's gone.
This Hero Falcon on battle
4,
armor.
8, 9, 10. 12 for him to shoot, right?
Sixes.
All right, pretty throwing some damage from the Hero Falcon. That
Oh, we got a damage?
Got damage.
Alright, which one of those two did you kill?
That one there.
Because straight up, like it's just 1 point.
That's all I did. That's all I did.
So long range.
all right. Looking to see what he's got a roll for the Night Gyre to fire at the Warhammer 2C. Oh, looks like he gave up on that idea. Might have been out of range there.
There's an 11.
My first move, I'll hit 2 units.
I don't mean to be a dick, but let's go over this again.
Yeah.
What's the skill?
There we go. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're saying 11 for small?
Yeah, okay.
And
Well, those are my favorite small boys.
They are the fast ones. 4, 8, 9, 10. -1 for tag.
All right.
We're gonna do artillery over
Got
there.
it. Looks like the smoke is clearing, and
4, 8, 9, 10.
in the
-1 for
middle of the
tag.
board.
it doesn't have the mech on it, right?
Yeah, MEC. That means it can mount. Yeah.
Scatter.
Done. Initiative.
Goes 1 this way. 1 times 2 inches. 4.
That's 6.
No example.
Looks like we just got some battle armor left in the middle of the board. That's it.
Hit.
So you
Miss.
I got 4. I have 4. You have 8.
4 and 6.
This is a 6 here.
It's 5 to 6.
That's this is
So
these two, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's for the cannons.
Oh,
So 1, 2, 3,
it's
4,
going that
5,
way.
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Times 2.
10 inches this way.
Hey, you got to shoot today, buddy.
Good for you. He hit the ground.
You hit the ground. You did stuff.
All right. Wyatt playing it safe on with that Warhammer 2C. Moving just enough to get his TMM, but staying in the objective.
Yes, but they can't jump.
Probably properly respecting the amount of speed that Marv has on the board. stepping stepping back with the Wolverine. Supposed to get in some partial cover. Playing a little defensive since Marv's got extra Hero Falcons down there that just to get a little more distance, dissuade him from getting too aggressive.
If you're talking
All right, you can.
trees, are they involved? Yes or no? +1.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So
It's
if I have my back of my base.
It's intervening and occupied are counted as +1.
Okay, so it doesn't have to intervene as long as it's occupied.
It's
All right, so
intervening. That's why it's
notice the little green tokens there. Those are ones that Marv holds. The red tokens means that Wyatt holds those. So right now we're looking at 3-2.
Any portion of the hex in the trees. You're in the trees. You're in the trees.
Well, that's why I was worried about the intervening. So.
And it's occupied, so it's +1 for you to shoot out of. But you also get the cover as well.
Where if you get a critical or any damage,
What do you have? What's that thing?
you could roll for a crit.
He moves. He walks 16, jumps 20.
He said the errata in Commander's Edition for water is if you're in water, you take a damage, they get to roll for a crit.
That's stupid.
Is that real?
Water was stupid.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because you need to be breached before that happens.
That's the idea for that.
So you need to have it break structure? Okay,
If you're in structure, then I can see it. But he's saying on a hit.
Marv kind of rethinking his jump to the trees there. Going to utilize some partial cover instead.
Any point of damage.
I have to look. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to take that back. That's I did not read that one. We're going to take that one.
And Marv, triple thinking that move, ends up back in the trees.
Yeah.
What units can take the you can jump behind it. Yeah, so can BA take point? Any unit, because you said you can turn it to your side. Okay. If I
Curious to see what Wyatt's going to do here. Because I believe he probably has the movement he could get past.
Because it's free partial cover with no downside.
Yeah.
Past Roshak's units there with that spider. Got 20 inches jump, so.
Alright, so you moved 1, right?
I did, yep.
Alright. You moved 2 because you parked the viewing.
You can't move that far.
No, I need to move 1.
Okay.
Because you guys think
22, but you're taking off 4 inches every time you go up and down, right?
Yep, up and down. Up is 4, down is 4.
So you're going down to 14 inches. That's why I'm just. I'm going to lose. No, what you can't get here was the point.
What's the structure?
That was my point.
Structure armor of the Marauder.
Alright, so he's standing right here. At least 2, 4, 6, 7.
All right. Wyatt making good use of that Tufana's movement. Yeah, that Night Gyre Rorschachs might cause some problems. We'll see. Looks like he might be pushing it back to the middle.
Got it up right now.
Right where the Night Gyre belongs, right in the middle.
Well, that's why it was almost like welcome to the new Commander's Edition because it changes so much.
I like the jumping one. I didn't mind the jumping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sort of, because I can see where you can lay up straight up. There you go. I see a lot of missiles.
Oh, a little trickery there. Rorschach moved around the table. I was a little confused. Why it was moving Rorschach's piece, but all right. And Wyatt is stepping the spider back, Looking like he's getting in base to base contact there.
Just for a little bit. One play set.
Magi are going to try to capitalize on that. Tufana being a little hanging out there. Got a
nothing
tail
in the
hanging out.
errata off the website from 12.11 version 3.0 that changes water.
That's because it wasn't something that needed errata. It wouldn't. Okay, I'll explain after I do my move here.
You got to show me in the book or in the errata. If it's not in either one,
It's in the standard book. It didn't need errata.
we're playing Commander's Edition, not Alpha Strike.
Yeah.
The Commander's Edition rules are what we play from.
Okay, so the standard Alpha Strikes book has been errated to match the Commander's Edition rules now. The standard Commander's Edition rule book introduced that water damage rule.
But it's not in the Commander's Edition.
It is. I'll find it right now.
You keep playing. I'll look it up.
Got a lot of damage flying from Rorschach here. He moves quick, so it's kind of hard to figure out to follow exactly how much damage is getting done where. All right, looks like that was probably damage coming in on the Wolverine from behind on that Hero Falcon. Wyatt shooting.
So on page 48 with the underwater damage.
Yep, I'm getting to. I just pulled it up.
Yep, partially submerged units, kind of submerged units.
One damage to your element.
You know, I've seen this. That's like a super shady. I've seen this fought out on the forum so hard.
It's a little itty bitty word.
Yeah.
And it's such a
Within 1 inch.
No, that's perfectly fine. I just wasn't sure. So
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Yeah, it's a 2D. It's a 2d6 roll.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think the problem is the computer microphone is between where Andrew's sitting and the other people are talking, so they keep shouting to each other past the microphone. So it sounds like they're really heated, but I don't think they are.
Oh, I don't like that.
freaking love this script, man. All right, you have
you called
one
it.
unit.
So
I have one
4.
unit. Yeah. I have one unit.
Yep, and that's 1, 2, 3.
Four, five,
That's really good rolls.
And I lost the initiative, right?
3 8s.
No,
So this says submerged units, but it doesn't.
Wyatt landing 3 out of 4
Where does it say
damage
that
on 8s.
Submerged is the same as not submerged.
Partially submerged is
Units submerged in water must check critical hits every time they are damaged to check potential hull breaches. If a submerged unit also has bars, 2 critical hits.
yeah.
But where does this submerged unit say partially submerged?
Okay, so
Because a submerged unit is 2 inches below. It's in 2 inches of water. That's
right.
submerged.
I've seen this. I saw this fought out in the rules part of the forum.
That's a fair rule, Will. Yeah, just saying whatever the TO says at the time just rolls.
That's all fine and
That's a
dandy.
fair rule.
That doesn't
That's a
read
good
that.
rule.
Take it up.
submerged is, I'll take it up with them. 'Cause
Yeah, take it up with
that has to get cleared because that's bullshit.
All
Took away
right.
my trees. You're not going to take away my fucking water. Fuck them.
So at the end of the day, it looks like Marv lost his spot of it. And otherwise, everybody's still on the board. But I think that Wolverine is kind of a hurting unit at this point.
just like disembarking any other transport. I mean, if you're trying to do fancy like aerospace drops,
I'm prepared to make this a lot harder.
What's it?
yeah.
Okay, then Black Wolf and Warrior helicopters.
In your pocket?
Very nice.
What's that?
He was looking for his rule and it's in his pocket.
All right. Where's the mob gonna go?
Fucking spiders.
You might not expect it, Mad Drop, but he goes out and hugs them every single day. He loves trees so much.
That Warhammer was born to get fucked. That was walk.
Oh, well, just so you know, yeah, it sounds more like just a
See, because
requesting a rules clarification from Alpha Strike.
submerged
Because
units use the underwater movement rules below. This is you can't have it both ways. I'm not arguing with you. It's just this argument that they think they're having is stupid.
And you have
Wyatt is really hanging close up on that north objective, making good use of his partial cover. I think the kind of the critical move here is going to be Mars Hero Falcon behind the
submerged.
that's behind the Wolverine.
It doesn't make sense. That is the best argument made so far. Don't worry, consider it is catalyst. That's the best argument so far.
You get to shoot first, man.
That tasty morsel right in the middle there.
All right. Well, it looks like we've picked up a couple viewers. Welcome. For those of you joining, this is round 4 of GarageCon 2.0. Oh, and I say welcome, and then somebody leaves. I see how it is. But yeah, I'm Gideon. We're on round 4 playing Domination. We are watching Wyatt on the left and Marv on the right. They are currently first and second in the standings, both undefeated. And so far, there's been some loss of battle armor and infantry haulers, but not. All the mechs are still standing.
well, if the rule says
Sounds like in the background, it has devolved into what
that's just the kind
we
of the way it goes.
commonly run into when it comes to running battle strike or battle strike. Oh, it's been a long day already. BattleTech events where start debating rules because nothing that Alpha Strike and BattleTech players love more than debating rules. Marv making a big move with his Hero Falcon there.
Actually, I think one of them has been hit.
Yeah, we'll see that move right there really forces Wyatt's hand because Wyatt has nothing in that objective. He has to take one of the other objectives, otherwise he will lose right here. He still has his Tufana to move, which does have enough movement to get to either the center or the bottom right objectives. Battle Strike. How about Alpha Tech.
Actually, they're both. They're all 3-2. They're all 3-2. No. They're all. They all have one armor, one structure. There we go. Play it out. Play it out.
Your turn.
Figure it out.
Oh, no, it's my turn to move.
Figure it out. You gotta toy with him a little bit.
Oh man, yeah, it's gonna be interesting which way Wyatt decides to move here. If he goes to the center or the bottom right.
You're dirty.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for small.
Yeah. Alpha Tech from Shadowrun. That sounds exactly right, Will. Buy from us. We're Alpha Tech. And
If you're in water, if you take
then we got Hero Falcon jump into the water. And that's and Wyatt is moving to the bottom right. Good move, Wyatt. Keeping himself alive here.
that makes sense.
Additional crit.
Is he still on?
Yes.
I agree with that.
Oh yeah, I shoot first.
So it's like skill plus 1.
No, I should.
You do one initiative.
5. Yeah.
No, that's why you just move last.
3, 4. Black Hole's
Whoever won initiative moves last.
the 4.
So Warhammer. So 4,
2 damage, 2 heat.
5, 6, 8.
Alright, so it's gonna be 2 crits. So the first one's gonna be a crit. Yeah, because you also got inside. You got inside and you anti-max.
Oh, I thought it was just you do 2 damage to armor, but I get to roll a crit. It doesn't have
All right.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. I am.
So first one is 11 hit.
I am triple lost. Okay. And
Hero Falcon, he's gonna override.
okay.
Oh, gross. So he's on ones.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
Wait.
How much does a Wolverine have left? Or
I don't,
whatever.
I don't
Yeah,
even care.
how much does a Wolverine have left?
Probably loses.
All right. It's gonna be Marv putting his Hero Falcon mobility to good use there. Shifting the battle from the left side to the right side real quick.
Alright, so this vulture is gonna shoot
One to the
Wolverine over here.
To the Wolverine.
I graze the forest.
He's going.
You're going live with
I'm
the
done.
Yeah.
You got a
You
shot.
can't shoot the ones behind me.
Technically, he's 2 levels up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's above the tree.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on.
So 4, I stood still.
This is so
Is that
4,
including the default move?
That includes the details.
9.
Okay, so that's gonna be
So-
8.
and 6.
So I need 10s.
Yeah.
So I need 8s because I'm hitting with black.
Oh yeah, I
Wyatt's kind of being forced to play along to skirt the edges of the board here, trying to keep the Hero Falcons from getting behind him. So he's getting some shots here. See if
Marv, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fine.
I did not.
see what he gets to land here.
Like, it was just, we could. I thought you were speaking a different
You got 1 point on the Hero Falcon in the water.
Alright, so the Grendel is shooting.
No, but the Wolverine went down.
6.
That's a big loss for Wyatt.
5, 6, 6.
Yep, 11.
11s.
I missed.
Yeah, I'm pulling for Wyatt here.
Say it again.
He's a young guy, new player. That'd be awesome if he could pull this off, but Rorschach's got some experience.
Alright. Blackhawk.
Did the dice get hot for Wyatt? He got 3 damage out on somebody there.
666 miles.
How much?
666 miles.
I pray that you get home.
I got 11.
Yeah, when I never even realized that. Yeah, when I hit the start directions button, I was like, are you serious right now? But this is
Oh man, yeah, Wyatt's throwing a couple damage up from the spider at the back of the Hero Falcon. If he can land one, he'll get two. Nope, he didn't get any there.
How's he doing?
Wyatt getting crazy with the dice, trying to put a little stank on those dice, get some good rolls.
But no, he's playing good. It's just like I said. Part of it is I've destroyed so much of his shit that like all of a sudden you're like, fuck, what do I do? And you make a big technical mistake. I could have easily held all four. There just was no point.
So they're still
You
flying.
jumped. It's medium range. And you got your +1.
I could have held all four.
He could have gotten
Because if I moved this guy instead of there, I just didn't. But it's again, when shit starts going sideways, you started with a lot more stuff. When stuff goes sideways, it's hard to always think about the priorities. Like you might not even have moved on here if your dad hadn't said something. Maybe you would have.
I already played that one.
Here. There goes the test, but you can put. I'll put yours here.
More.
Must not have looked at weapon ranges because I had
So you have three, and I have
Blame myself on not utilizing Dewey when I should have.
All right, so
Whole thing is built around. Yeah, and then.
All right. Next time we're gonna say something, I'm way too.
All right, so 5.
Oh, 10. I only have 7 max right now. I didn't swap. If you're missing the 5, that's fine. I didn't do weight 1, so. I'm moving 4 units into my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units.
Yeah.
So I'll move. You move 1, I'll move 2.
Yep.
I need like my second half together.
I'll grab the dice. So I moved.
Roshek's got a pretty solid pile up going on up there on the Warhammer 2C, so have to see how Wyatt can respond there. Wyatt's lost a lot of firepower. He's got that Warhammer 2C that still swings hard, but might turn into just relying on speed and capture ability here.
When you need 11s, you're good. 8s? Fuck.
If you go with like computer grade, that'll probably do better than the light.
So
you're
and if you got a soldering iron, you can get channels that are like literally welded in there.
I've got a thick stick on my heat gun.
Oh yeah.
And I thought I was gonna do that, but I was like, I did it in 40 minutes. And I was like,
No,
I'm pretty happy with it.
You know what thick skin is?
I think the white highlights look pretty right away.
That one is because that one.
Oh, Wyatt bringing his spider back around the side here. Looks interesting. Looks like Rorschach's gonna solidify his hold in the middle there. That's solid strategery.
So you move 4 inches.
Wyatt beelining all the way across the map.
I suppose it doesn't matter because
There's a medium range shot there.
I have one left to move.
We got what we got up there? Hero Falcon and Warhammer 2C left to move. That'll be
Have you ever put together a battle? You're so stupid.
Yeah.
Let's just like.
Rorschach is going after that Tufano with a vengeance here. I have a feeling he wants to wipe him from the board.
You have 3 helicopters on the table?
Definitely identifying that Tufano as a capture threat, so get him off the board. That really solidify his position. So Wyatt making the solid move back in his Warhammer 2C up, back into the objective area. Flip that back to his side.
Wait, is that a short range?
He
2 damage on the Tufana. I think the Tufana only had 1 point before, so he might just be out of armor.
He did that to me too.
Right? 11. Can't roll anything but 11s. That's all he does. It's just 11 or 11.
Looks like
I got
oh,
one of those fucking companion dice that I'm gonna try and do that.
All they roll is 11.
they may have missed a motive hit there.
Fucking taking that off.
May not matter because there's a battle armor firing too. So
Oh, yeah.
He played it really well.
Would you like me facing?
I was playing nice, and then all of a sudden he's like, "No, I'm gonna take care of your generosity."
Dude, have you seen these?
Yeah.
So the
Yeah, they're
armor over
$8.50
here.
for one.
I got a point.
Nothing.
I bought a point and painted it one. Cool shit. All right, so I can use the other one. That was a fucking two. A little missile effect I got.
This is what the Protomex is supposed to do.
Three.
Too bad I got a Protomex
Engine hit.
2C and a Warhammer 2C. You're gonna go, hi.
Wait, I thought the Protomex found somebody.
Oh, I like doing the behind an alley.
oh, it looks like the Warhammer 2C is starting to succumb to damage.
He's already killed like half the Protoss, so I can't.
These guys have already extended themselves too much. And everything else is flying.
The thing is, I was just like, I couldn't go after the
He already shot.
terrorize the tank.
And that one's effect the other one.
It does. Yeah, yeah, it does.
Two, three,
All right, so that was my Protoss. I gotta put they
four,
get 3
five,
TMM.
He's gone.
six.
He's dead.
Yeah, 3.
Is that it?
Night Guy will shoot after. How much does that thing have left?
He hasn't been touched.
Just a minute.
So 4, 7.
All right, so looks like the Warhammer 2C is finally succumbed completely to damage.
See what happens when it comes back?
And so now Rorschach is throwing some damage over at the spider.
Because I moved this guy into some barks, and I have not moved. Oh no, I didn't move him. So I've got 1 dude left.
You didn't move him.
Yeah.
So that's not there.
Oh, I didn't move him. Yeah. So I've got 2 left.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got
Said long day, brother.
Reroll the 2.
All right, spider trying to get some return.
Okay. Warhammer.
That's happened to him on every roll.
4.
6 on. All right, so. Yep. So that one is 3 to die.
And we were gonna Warhammer might be able to swing things a little bit here.
So 6 on the hero puppet. So all me dice.
Okay, now you got calculate your the BA one.
I mean that's warranted.
I have 1. Why is it 6?
Because that's +1 because
You've got 1.
I
Yep, you're on the right track.
had the bodies.
Because it's secondary target. There you go. Right. Good job.
So it looks like Wyatt is splitting his fire there between the battle armor and the Hero Falcon.
3 does not hit, sucker.
Sucker.
What? You do an extra damage on crits on infantry, right? Nope. Okay. So just 2 there.
Infantry are just straight bubbles to die.
And then 4.
Looks like it didn't quite pan out there for him. Looks like he did some damage to each one, but not enough to knock either one out. But he's still got a spider that's going to be running, so maybe he's setting it up to be able to do a little cleaning up with that.
BA so you get the points.
You gained one life.
I hate that list. I think I did. I had I think 23 AC2s.
Those are my guys. Those are my guys. They like to jump around.
Somebody's ending up
What's that?
with a lot more.
Somebody like to jump around.
I agree.
No, and that looks like that's the match.
This one is domination.
He's got 2 structures.
Maybe the maybe the spider had more damage than I thought it did.
Come on, man. But he needs to.
Well, with that, Marv
He got one objective and
moves into first place
what did he score for points?
solidly by himself. First place.
And 21s.
49. Nothing with half structure or anything left?
Do it by 0 or half. Yeah. Because I got RPA.
Oh, the no, so sevens. 56 because you get half points.
Yep.
Everything else was
So I need 8.
not in structure.
Okay.
Oh shit, no, the hero falcon was dead.
Sorry, that's all
The
the
hero falcon was
modifiers.
dead.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh, okay. Well, either way,
Because he's got 0 G.
96.
But
96. Okay.
so I did the damage.
you do the damage.
All right, so they are tabulating their final scores, calculating it all up.
How much? All right. So the Grendel's gonna shoot at him.
Here, give me your black and
I don't know why I
whites.
measured that. Skill 3. Range, TMM
Yeah,
1.
they're from your
So I
day.
need 6s.
We share the same thing.
You guys finish? Thank you.
Small buddy live. All right, no, that's not happening. So the Nova needs 5s then.
Are you still in
I'm just gonna roll 2 dudes. Yeah.
No,
okay.
man.
He's
I just
close.
didn't want to fight anymore.
Hey, you took 3 units to shoot at one battle.
Dude, you picked that
But now
championship
that
kill.
I can't do things.
That's nothing to hold your head down, boss.
Speaking of battle armor,
Good job.
can't do things. The vulture is going to make an attack. Attack against battle armor.
If he would not,
Skill 4.
you stuck him. He wasn't expecting that.
You're small.
It was a good job.
Yeah, well played.
Oh, you just.
That's 3.
Oh, no!
I just built a really, really good force for Marv, and he's fucking the world up with it.
And I've played a lot of games. Way more than you have.
Play a lot. Capture a point with it, don't you?
All right.
I played more tournaments than you played games. Even the ones I'm counting at home with your dad.
Yeah.
I guess that Griff over there is going to shoot at the Marauder.
You played that really, really well.
They're just going to cross
You
screens,
played it
man.
really, really smart.
How far is that?
Wait, do they not have his short?
No, they do.
Okay.
They
If
have.
I don't kill
Yeah,
that
they
thing,
have minimum in all.
Minimum
Yeah,
amount.
far.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose if I kill the warhammer.
Is there a partial cut?
Oh, that's right. They actually have an arc, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have an arc like battle max.
I gotcha.
So what's the distance there?
Medium.
That's medium.
9 and 9.
Yeah, that's medium.
Yep, that's why I was making sure
Alright,
we had them all.
so
Where's the cover?
4, jump 6,
sure it's-
7, 8, 9.
We started down there. So.
Oh, look at you with all the 20-sided die.
You did it for bunker damage. I don't think he ever had
The other one shooting from the left.
He said he got the
All right. Well, with that, I believe that might have been everybody getting through the round robin. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to wait till Coach comes and updates the scoreboard.
Well, Chris played my final game.
Technically, he would have played Zena. He got a bye, which is a win. That's the thing that have you.
3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. It's got 1 armor, 2 structure left. And a 3 TNM.
If I hit, I can give me all your stuff so we can move away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. 3, 4, 5, 6s to hit. Elementals. Both are heat. Oh, man. So, 1 damage, 1 heat, so 2 damage. Anti-mech attack, 3, 4, 5s. 6s to hit.
Alright,
I think that's the vulture. Then we both died. How about that?
yeah, dude. Here, you can have him back. And you can have him back too.
Aw, you did well, buddy. Alright.
All right. Sounds like Coach is currently in the middle of wrapping up his own game. So any minute now. It'll all get concluded. We'll know what's going on.
Yeah, as soon as you pick up. Can you hand me the?
Yes, I can.
Little boy.
Alright,
This
same.
is gonna come down to Grendel.
Same for the other guy. H to hit over there. There's 1, 2.
He's gonna. Yeah.
Coach making use of the open table space for rolling. Apparently the other end of the table brings him bad luck.
Oh, I don't like. This is gonna be dry.
See a little Huey damage over here. Why you got the cover for that?
I've got
Eights to hit.
what?
I need the cover for that brick.
What brick? Yeah.
The dice.
I really got to figure out where he got that case. That's a nice looking case.
Watch, I know how to do this.
One in there. And we'll go get covers galore. I can't. Okay, right here again.
No.
5 going that way.
Yep.
4 inches
off the board.
Yeah, couldn't move my foot. That's it. Nobody's there.
Yeah, that was contested, so there's nothing there. Oh jeez.
Hey, now you gotta watch out for your landing helicopters. Alright. Hit-ish. 9. Ooh.
I got 2 things left.
You've been getting like screwed on initiative hardcore.
This is
I'm just gonna first roll Louis out.
All right. So the
we didn't do any ritual animal sacrifices for initiative.
No, I finally got the Huey out. Maybe that's what I've been doing wrong all day. This is the first game I brought him out. You would have been screwed if I brought the Huey to my game.
You sure?
Yes. 100%.
Wrong.
100%.
Wrong.
Every time you download your armor, it's just, there's 2 damage. There's 2 damage. You want 2 damage? I got 2 damage for you. You want 2 more? There's another one.
You want 7 damage?
How'd you do, bud?
I lost.
Well, 3 and 1. Pretty fucking good.
all right. So there's the Grendel.
No.
Trying to find the cat puppies.
Can you tell me not to have this? And not tell me to dance? I did. Not that I couldn't tell you so.
Yes, you did.
Try to get in.
That's an annihilator. That's a piranha.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Schism. Yeah, I don't think Marv had loaded dice.
I'm just wondering if he's gonna land.
No, I think Wyatt played really well. Just came up against some hard hitting hero falcons. Those things are quite potent.
There. Land.
Yeah.
How does that walk off? The top of the list? I agree.
It's got to be there somewhere. Let me just.
That one goes there. Those are actually -4s because they're stationary targets now, so. Alright. Now I got 1. I got 2 units. Hold on, I got 2 units more.
Stacked up so it's not here. And just to,
Go crazy.
Oh, I found it. Can you hand me one of those black apps?
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Dad, I found it.
Alright. I got 1 unit.
Absolutely true, Schism. You can say whatever you like. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm not surprised that they ended up in facing off in the championship round there.
The sound of sadness.
That is the sound of the
I'm a little surprised that Andrew didn't pull a little more, but you know, can't have everybody win all of them. It's got to be one loser in every game.
Gotta pick your poison.
What's the armor structure on a warrior?
1 armor, 1 structure.
Over there. Oh. So the Grendel's gonna shoot that warrior.
Why does this feel like
Skill 3, medium range.
I got woods.
5, 6 woods.
So you got 9.
You said you're mobile.
He's 4, 5
I was gonna say. You got flat?
Skill 2? No.
Okay.
Skill 2, split fire. 8. I need 10s.
Don't kill the script, man. He just got a promotion. You got one.
I got 1.
The motive damage alone is gonna suck. Alright, +2 on motive damage.
10?
That was for you.
What thing?
No. It's right there. 10 on motive.
Minus 2 inches, minus. Or minus 1 TMM?
Yeah. 3. 24 inches. Oh, it's on armor. Okay.
Yeah, that minus 1 TMM will help get the curve. I know I feel like I'm just prolonging the game at this point, but I'm trying to actually
Oh, I don't
see
care.
if I can win.
Hey, I played a game with a guy and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you're a noob.
You said 4?
From 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, 10. 9s? 9s?
So,
Man, we're still clocked out at 4.
so
1.
here's the question. Is if I cut off the bottoms of these, or cut off everything and hammer the shield on? Andrew, is that okay? Silver, right?
Yeah.
I can walk away?
Ooh,
Thanks, Josh.
Ooh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s. Again.
Forgot we had a coffee pot. I didn't even try to make some coffee.
Yeah.
If your heart can take it, there's energy drinks upstairs.
I got real excited.
There were so many 6s.
1.
Alright.
Alright.
I live, bitch!
Oh, Kiwi's not done yet.
Oh!
Kiwi's not done yet. What's that Grendel look like?
He's got 1 structure. 2 structure, 1 armor.
Oh, so I gotta send both of them his way?
You do.
Alright.
What's these?
You're looking at 8s.
I got 8s. 1. Fire takes 2
We're
damage.
gonna give some of this stuff up. What's that?
So,
That'd be a crit.
that'd be 8.
I'll let
8's
them
gonna
have
be
that. What size shirt
Alright,
you wearing?
next one.
Hey, what size
Come
shirt
on,
you
just let me kill him!
Large?
Alright, well, see, let's check out Drift.
Well, I'm a large.
Oh!
You have
Drift.
Drift over?
4.
4
you wear these shirts
is
so
that.
Huh?
Nope. Yeah, you got enough money.
Either way,
That could have ended it.
alright, well, they're dead.
Alright, and
Are these
I
just
hit that.
10 for putting dice in.
Well,
That's still yours.
Yup.
Somebody snagged one out of here already. Oh, there it is.
well, I just.
So it's 2, 2.
It's 2-2.
Oh! No!
This is great. Alright. I know how this is.
Not exactly sure what's happening off screen, but it sounds like it's exciting.
That's
Niner.
This makes me sad
what
inside.
would you say about
It's gonna make you sad on the outside.
So you gotta move
No.
1.
Yep. Alright, so the Grendel's going over here.
Derek.
Can I get there?
Oh, he's got 1 point.
box it?
That's the Nova that's up here. We only got 4 left. But he can overeat like a son of a bitch. But there's an artillery piece sitting there in the back that's just been having a field day.
I'm sprinkling it, baby. I'm sprinkling it.
I like it. Sorry, Grendel.
Roderick, say that.
Hey, you're welcome, Schism.
Why were you?
It was good time. A little hard to track sometimes. Had some technical glitches, but it was fun. It was fun hanging out with you guys talking while watching them play since we couldn't all make it there.
They saw one, you, not me.
Alright, let's have
Yeah!
We're gonna have a fight.
Somebody's gonna overheat.
Wonder who it's gonna be.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the other matches to wind down so then we can get the final scores. Everybody that's hung out with me today, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. So
Special thanks to BB and Brute for coming on and doing some commentary with me. Definitely makes it a lot easier when I'm not just talking to my microphone.
about 40 minutes. Shots. So I need.
By that time, we're gonna be looking for food.
So I need
Ask me
sixes.
come out and go, where the fuck did you guys go?
From the Nova Sheet.
I was hungry. Couldn't wait for your ass to come back.
6. Sixes.
Yeah. So the Marauder or the Nova as the last fuck off is gonna overheat 4.
I knew that.
Oh shit!
I told you. I knew it was coming.
All right, so I'm just gonna do this in groups of 3.
Yes!
These sixes. So that's 3 damage.
1, 2, 3.
That's 2 damage.
Shots! 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 Shots!
And that's
Oh, you
1 damage.
Corner or not?
fucking kidding me.
Yeah. 1 crit.
9.
No crit.
No crit.
Aw.
Sad. How much left on
He's
it?
got 4 structure. I'll stay on.
I want edge
Standard engines.
I
Need
know.
help?
I want edge points.
So the Grendels gonna shoot at it.
Standard engines work.
So the Grendel's got a 3 medium range plus 1. I think I need a 6.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Starting at 3.
He's 3. 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6.
Tis bullshit.
What is that partial? Am I getting partial on
It's
that?
only 1.
What do you think, Chris? Am I getting partial?
Well, let's see if I'm even close. I'm close, but it's an 8. So like, if it is
Well, it would have
partial,
been a
I'm
7
good.
anyway. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Okay. So you took the damage.
Crit.
Crit.
Nine! Ah!
I wouldn't even shoot. I wouldn't even shoot the fucking Nova Cat this turn.
Oh man.
Let's see what Huey does. What do you think?
You know what's fun is that even if you try to shoot at him
Actually,
with a Huey, you still need 8s.
We're gonna go. Okay. Come on, man. Get over here. Marauder to the Grendel. 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hit me in the Grundle. Nothing.
You suck.
Man.
I hope Raymond 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are you shooting the Grundle with the Warhammer also?
No. Huey will take care of
Tell me,
him.
which one was 5, 6,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Which
9
one was 5,
for the
6,
Nova.
Warhammer. Much. Yeah.
For what?
There's
one.
the
All right.
the orange vodka.
Oh, it looks like we just picked up another viewer. Anybody who's currently watching, we're just waiting for things to finally. There's a couple games off screen winding down, and then we will be posting up the final scores, and that will, I believe that will be it for the day. But this is all gonna. I'm assuming Coach is gonna chop this up and post the different games, so that way we can use them as kind of learning experiences.
Forward.
1 inch.
That's 2 inches, buddy.
2 inches.
Nothing. All right. So I functionally have 1 unit that can move this turn.
I got an 8.
Hey, I got an 8.
I got an 11.
I did not get an 11.
Yeah, shut down.
Yeah, is that
350.
So,
Jamie, we're playing. This is the 350 tournament. GarageCon 2.0. So, do an Alpha Strike.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah, I think it's just 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s.
And yeah, if you just joined, then we're just waiting for the final match off screen to wrap up and then post the final scores. And then this will all get put up as content to be devoured later. I mean, we know that number one is going to be Marv Roshak. Number two is going to be Wyatt. Beyond that, I'm not sure how it all went down.
28 divided by 8, so that's going to be 4 and some change. No, 3 and some change. 3 and 3. Round down. Round down to 3 and 3. 4 and 8. I get it. Okay. Let me get my critical anyway. Get it. 9. 3. So that's not bad. Yeah. All right. Don't you need to blow them on a 4. I got 8 to hit. Not when you roll like that, I see. I got 1. That's all you needed. Actually, I got 2. I would have died. I got 2. I would have killed myself from it. I forgot. Oh, that's right. You would have killed yourself? Yeah. So I didn't have to shoot you then. You did. So I get to shoot the other guy then. Yep. And I'm pretty sure you'll automatically hit me, man. Good game then. That was a great game.
How much time is left? Because coach still has to get to the other.
So 3 to 1. 16 seconds. 3 to 1. We're done.
Oh no.
He still got to do that one.
You didn't. You didn't.
There's 16 seconds.
Well, you won, but you didn't.
Well, I would have either tabled him or gotten that one. So.
All right, sounds like it's all wrapping up. So, hopefully we'll get a score update here very, very shortly. So who's all in the chat? Who's still all around? Got Boy Wonder, Schism. You guys still hanging out? How about you, Mad Drop? You still in here? Will? Appreciate all you guys' comments, feedback, jokes, rooting for the Krill kids. It's all good.
3, 2.
You're welcome, Jamie. I'm not sure how the podcast kept you sane. Feel like we probably feed more into people's insanity, but I appreciate the kind words. Happy to have everybody who listens, every single listener. That's awesome. We love it. So thank you guys. Waylon, you've been hiding this whole time?
All right, so coach won. You had how many? 4 points?
No, I only had 3.
3. And 200 destroyed. Raymond had 1 point.
Raymond had 1 point and 95. And what are we doing here? This is just 0, 0, 0, 0. They both drive.
Coach, I need a cigarette after that.
I choose how I die. DFA, bitch.
Ah, I see. I see.
He updated it now.
Well, we can either just generate next round. Oh, current round's not complete. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do select something for this. So
Type in.
Streaming. You mean doing another episode? We just dropped the one. I was right. We were background noise. I'm glad to see that you're
I didn't.
getting. What are you reading there, Waylon? What is that? Hour of the Wolf. Nice.
What'd I get? You got 4th.
I got 9th.
Yeah, I'm not the bottom.
All right, everybody gather on.
You want to go? You want to post the final score on the screen before you walk away?
Just like a woman. Who got first place? I did. Thank you.
I would give Aaron the dumpster fire award.
All right, I want to make sure that everybody, when you get home.
Hold on. How about you take care of the screen and shut that baby down?
All right. Hey guys, can you hear me? You still there?
Talking to me?
Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
All right. I think we're gonna shut her down. Oh no, more dice.
Oh, F.
Balls.
Well,
Thanks.
we got the winner, I believe, was Mr. Roshak.
That sounds correct.
Then we got Tommy and we got Wyatt as the top 3.
Nice.
So we got some prizes that we're gonna give away from Fortress Games and
Okay,
Miniatures.
seriously, I'm not even handing shit to you. No. That's like 3 of them that I'll.
Marv will be walking away with the dumpster, along with a Clan Invasion box set and a T-shirt from Ares, not Ares,
Fortress.
And
Yeah, I got them all.
Tommy
Somehow I came
will be
away.
getting
Oh, no,
a T-shirt and a tin from Fortress Games and Miniatures. Wyatt will be getting a tin from Fortress Games and Miniatures. Everyone here got a koozie and a couple of patches. And we got stickers from Kevin Dub, which Matt has your hat, patches, stickers. He's gonna get that sent to you when he gets around to doing it.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Wait, am I getting one of those foily,
Yeah. Yep.
or foiled over
Yep.
Bushido ones? Oh, those are so sweet.
Yep. Yep. They're on the way to you. So.
Oh man, excellent.
Thanks for commentating today. I know it was probably a long day.
Yeah. Well, it was fun though.
Good.
It was a good time, and the chat kept me company. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me.
Say it again. Mario was on and off, or
Mario was on for a while. BB was on for a while,
great.
and then we've had a few stalwarts here in the chat hanging out with me, Waylon, and Will, and Mad Drop, and yeah, bunch of them.
Make sure we say thank you to them. That's awesome that they hung out with us all day. So.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if we figured out to get my voice through the channel or not, but thank you.
Yeah, I think it just cuts you down on volume a little bit, but I hope they can hear you.
Cool.
All right.
I think
Everybody.
We're gonna sign off, I think.
Yep. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you on the battlefield next time.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.